Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of the Anime Sovereigns podcast. We are down one member this time around, but this week we're going to be doing something a little different because we didn't really have time to do a full-on award show for the spring season that ended a few weeks ago. And so today we're going to be going over some shows from the spring season, but we're just going to kind of spin the wheel and then we're going to talk about a show and kind of give you guys our thoughts on it. And maybe talk some shit because there is some shit. It'd be like that.
Most of the things on the wheel
most
are
they're
good.
pretty good. Yeah.
I think there's only two things that we're going to be very negative on, if anything.
Yeah. But yeah, it just felt like I think spring was like a really good season. So it'd be a shame for us to not cover at least some of the shows that aired. Yeah, I think it had a pretty good amount of quality. I felt like my averages were pretty high in spring. I don't know about you guys, but
yeah, I tell you, I think I gave out more 8s than I did, or 8 and above than I did any season as of recently. It was very, very consistent, and yeah, like you said, it's a season definitely worth talking about, and we can just think of this as a just chatting of just the entire season.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Mm-hmm.
If we talk highly about anything on here that you haven't seen or checked out, then you can just take that as a recommendation from us that it's probably worth watching.
Yeah, and feel free to get involved in chat if you guys want to add input to whatever. Don't mind. I actually have the technology, bro. My content creation powers have only increased as I've found a way to put Twitch chat on stream and VODs and stuff on YouTube if we ever want to go that route and stuff like that. So
that's what's up, bro.
Yeah, so I've taught myself a lot of shit doing this doing these fucking videos, man. It's
always improving, always
I have to, bro. There's I can't stay in the same place for too long. It has to be done. But yeah, let's take a spin and we'll just go from there. Also, hilarious spin music.
I'm just a friend right now, bro. What do you do with this wheel normally?
Yo, sick.
Okay, so we're starting with World Dice Star. Okay, let's.
Dylan, it's our time,
there
right off the rip, bro. Off the rip. I was hoping that this was gonna be later on, just so we can give the other members of the cast a chance to talk. But only me and Dylan ended up watching the show and close.
Yeah, I haven't finished it yet. Yeah.
Yeah. But to set the stage of what this is, at least to us. So this is World Dice Star. It's a a new multimedia franchise, but the anime is what came first in the multimedia project. And so we're considering this an anime original project for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
It bears a very striking resemblance to a series that we hold in very high regard in Shogo Kageki Review Starlight, which you may have heard us talk about previously on this show. And we were thinking, me and Dylan were this looks like Review at Home.
I walked into it fully expecting we have Review at Home derogatory.
Great value Review Starlight.
Walmart brand Review Starlight. But thankfully it ended up being a lot better than that initial impression that we got. And a little bit about that is because whenever something is multimedia, just out of principle, we're concerned that the anime might have less effort and resources put into it just to have it be promotional material for other aspects of the brand, such as merchandise and live shows or whatever. Anime is just a means to an end to promotion type of thing.
Case in point.
Yeah. What?
Pride of Orange? I can't remember.
God. Yeah. That's simply one of the shows in that multimedia kind of sphere where anime was definitely underwhelming and very cookie cutter. But this was not that, thankfully. And part of the reason why that is because there was a very clear emphasis on the performance aspect of it all, because like the premise of this show is that like all the main characters are part of a theater troupe called Sirius, and it's like, you know, very inspired by Takarazuka, which is like a Japanese like all women's theater troupe, and they like put on productions where like even like that have like main like male roles, like all females like play all roles, including like the male leads and the female leads and all that. Very similar to like Revue Starlight, as we said in that regard. But the performance aspect of it is actually like really, really well done production wise. Like whenever there is a performance of any kind, whether it's an audition or like we're seeing like the production that they've like rehearsed for like in action, the visual fidelity of it is actually like super high. And it's like it's very like polished based on like minutia and like a lot of like the small like nuances, where it's just like emphasis on facial expressions and like body movements, and you know, to the point where we can see like every breath that like all the characters take. It's really an immersive experience like once it gets into these performance sequences, and that it really caught us off guard, like me and Dylan. Like every episode where there was like a performance, we were just like, wow, like that's real good, bro. Like I don't know how you felt about it, Dylan. You want to share your thoughts on that part of it?
Yeah, I mean, it was like super cool. I think like you said, there was like a lot of, I don't want to say, you talk about like subtle acting and character acting in shows a lot, and the way they like subtly animated and like put a lot of attention to detail, like to movements, to like just small movements, was really cool and a really nice touch to see during the show, like for each performance.
I feel like that's a part of like there's like certain passions or certain topics. Like I think theater is like this. I think like musical performances are like this, where like there's a lot of like really small things that tend to get missed. Like there's a lot of shows that like try to portray a lot of different things, but like what really sets like the better shows from the other ones are like kind of focusing on perhaps like small things that only if you like have some type of like knowledge in, like in this case it's theater, right? Like if you have any type of knowledge about theater, you might have like a general idea of like how things progress and like how important like that expressiveness is. Like I've been a part of theater shows before, and so like I've seen the way that people in the real world put emphasis on their facial expressions and how they're moving and like portraying it, like playing a character and being a part of a performance is something that like it's kind of hard to capture. Sometimes it's hard to like express it in a medium like this in some ways, and I think that's like why a lot of shows fall flat. And so like it's cool that this show like didn't miss on that, because I think that's a common point of failure for a lot of shows that have to do with performances. Like I really think it's like something super special to be able to portray, and like not every show can do it. Like we've seen it fall flat before. Like
Hey, it's Bobby.
Yeah. Hey, Bobby.
Oh, hey.
Good morning.
What's up, man?
Yo,
This is a guy.
I've come to a horrible realization.
Oh
right?
god.
So I set up my my like alarm in my phone, like just the normal like clock alarm app. What? Yeah. Turns out that doesn't play if you're in Pokemon Sleep.
Oh my god.
Because your phone is on.
You're such a fiend. Dude. It's a little unbelievable at times.
Why were you on Pokemon while sleeping?
Because
There's
I
a
was
new-
sleeping.
Yeah.
There's a new
It's
app called
Pokemon Sleep, man.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, what I've
You
come to
catch
realize.
Pokemon while you sleep.
What?
No, that's not how it works. What I've come to realize is that you should be using the alarm built into Pokemon Sleep should you have an alarm. Because your phone is technically on while you're running Pokemon Sleep.
I mean, my alarm still goes on even if my phone is on.
Dude.
Yeah,
Bobby.
but mine like gives me a notification. It doesn't like play the noise.
Oh,
Mm.
okay, but why were you on Pokemon Sleep?
Because I was sleeping. That's
Yeah,
the point of the game.
it's a sleep app, bro.
What the fuck does the sleep app do?
It lets you
like-
catch Pokemon while you sleep.
While you sleep, you like get points for Snorlax, and then when
Oh.
you wake up, there's Pokemon that you can catch. depending on how you slept.
Bobby, you are a freak of nature, and we love you.
Quickly
Period.
built, different.
This is a really funny interaction.
Anyways, we're glad you're here. But
Yeah.
back on topic, like as you were saying, Khalil, like
Yeah.
the emphasis on like kind of like the like it was evident that there was more than surface level like knowledge and experience like
Mhm.
going to the show in regards to theater, and I really love shows like that where they're able to like depict an art with a lot of faithfulness and a lot of like authenticity.
Mhm.
And this is definitely a show that falls like into that category. And it's like, like I said, it was very unexpected with it being like part of like a multimedia franchise.
Yeah.
And it's like another thing I want to highlight is that the vocal performances from the seiyus were very like pristine when it comes to like, because like all of these characters like that you see here, all the main characters, like they played a variety of like different roles across the show, like in different performances. Like each like I guess like each arc was like divided up into like a different production that the theater troupe was doing. So like they were doing like Aladdin for one of them, and then they closed it out with like Phantom of the Opera, which was pretty cool. And each of them like took on like drastically like different roles than they did in the last, and the seiyus were able to like accommodate for like this shift. And it was a plot point where like, oh, like I have to play like this certain role, like how do I do it? And it really like it shined through in like the seiyu performances, which is really cool. And there are a lot of like talented seiyus like on this team, like Monica Iwami, like she like also had like a role in Oshinoko the same season, playing Akane, which was another standout performance in my opinion. And it's definitely like very different than the character in this show, like Kokona in World Dai Star. So very impressive on that regard. Also, Sally Amaki, who has been taking on like more anime roles, and also like kind of specializing in speaking a bunch of different languages in the shows that she's a part of. So like,
Carol.
before she was like Carol and like Tombo-chan, which like Khalil, you and I watched that.
Yeah.
We know like that character was like very silly.
Yeah.
And like in this show, like Katarina, like she is German, and so she speaks some German in whenever she was like interacting with like her mom and such. And so she's really talented when it comes to like speaking any language that is asked of her for any show.
That's an impressive skill to have.
So like just like two examples of like really like talent to like look out for in the future.
Oh, she's Kiriko in Overwatch too. Oh, that's pretty crazy.
I do want to point out.
I did not know
I
that.
don't know if we had mentioned this, but like we talked about like how they kind of change up whatever play they're running from week to week. It like pretty often it like whatever play they're running for that week, and usually also tends to line up with whatever ideas they're trying to convey throughout those weeks, which I've also found pretty cool.
So there's like thematic tie-in to each of the
thematic tie-ins. Like so like there's like I don't want to spoil too much, but for like Phantom there's like an identity crisis and like being the shadow, like being like somebody in the shadows as opposed to like the spotlight, and they played around that pretty well, I feel like.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. Speaking like more on that last like kind of arc with Phantom, like in a not spoilery way, like me and Dylan were enjoying the show like immensely, like throughout the entire time. And once the last episode rolled around, I said to Dylan, like, how cool it would be if the last episode was like majority performance, and it was.
They went in.
I'm like, bro, this show is sick, bro.
They
like,
went ham.
The show went ham with the last episode, and it really like just blew me away that a show like this like kind of just like met and exceeded all of my expectations. Like, what if the show did this, and then the show did that in spades, and I'm like, bro, that's what's up.
I think the funny part is that you weren't even gonna watch the show at first. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
I had to tell him.
I remember talking in Discord, like both Dylan and I were like, you should probably watch this, bro. It was like after the first 3 episodes, I think. It was like, yeah, you should probably.
It does look
give
like
it a
the
try.
first episode had a really nice hook.
Yeah.
that like I guess like most of these other shows kind of don't really give off that often.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to spoil like the little twist they had at the end of that episode, but like it was like pretty interesting like early on to see what they were gonna do with that twist. So like,
Yeah, and their first episode didn't have to be 2 hours either.
as like most shows are pressured to do nowadays, you know.
hey, listen, Free Ring's gonna be peak. I'm telling you, it's gonna be worth the 2 hours.
I mean, I don't deny that. I do not deny that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about it. Is this like something you've read? Is this like why you feel so strongly about it? Okay, I see.
Yeah, but closing thoughts on this show before we move on. Like, it definitely beat the we have review at home allegations that we kind of imposed on it at first before we watched like the first episode, and we're very glad that it did, because like, you know, it has its own merits for sure. Like, thematic values are like pretty similar to review, but that's like a good thing because obviously we love that show. And like comparing like what it was overall, it's definitely like a more grounded depiction of like the theater than review was, because review is like very whimsical and very magical about it. This has some like kind of like very like anime like portrayals of like your skills in the theater as well, but it doesn't really like bleed into like, you know, the performances at all, because like the performances are very grounded, and I really like that about it. It makes it like unique, and if you like have any experience in the theater, I think that this will like definitely like speak to your experiences more than most other shows that try to do that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the hardest things to do, especially given the position that this show is in, is like if we're talking about a topic that is just like generally less popular than like most topics that people watch anime for, it becomes harder and harder to distinguish yourself from especially like shows that are considered like mainstays in the genre, right? So like for a lot of people, they probably felt the same way that we did at first, right? Like this is kind of like review, and I think it's really, really hard, especially if you're not like if you're not like a show that's like super, super heavily like marketed, it's like super high on the popularity charts. It becomes harder and harder to like step away from that, just because like there's a lot of people that won't even be willing to give you a chance because they're like, oh well, you know, I've seen this other show that was about the same thing.
That like one little like tidbit and like metric. So like this is probably the least popular show that we're going to talk about today, like in terms of just like the AniList metrics, because like I think this was even like, less popular than the VTuber.
He's in a no allele.
And I don't know how that was possible, because like, you know, it's definitely like a quality diff. You know, we'll get to that. But, in terms of just the amount of people who interacted with the show, it's definitely like the least amount that we're going to talk about today. So, take this as like a recommendation from us that like if you are at any like remotely interested in anything that we've said about the show and it intrigues you about it, then it's, you know, we full-heartedly recommend it. So.
Yeah, agreed. All right, moving on. Back to the wheel we go. Also, brace yourself, Bobby.
Oh boy. What?
The wheel of fate is turning.
Wow. Yes. Okay. I see.
Okay.
So this is. I think it has Bakuen in it.
This is Konosuba, an explosion on this wonderful world.
That's how I used to say. That's how I search it on every week. But I guess they don't like me doing that this way. It's fine. It's fine. I can just.
It's fine. Tangentially related.
This is fine. So yeah. So this one is the Megami focused spin-off of Konosuba, which was like. I think like when I first saw that this was gonna be a thing, I think like in my mind I was just like, you know, it's Konosuba, so like I'll definitely like watch it because it's Konosuba. We had some pretty good experiences watching the original 2 seasons of it, and so it's like, you know, more of it can't be a bad thing. However, like it's kind of a weird show though, right? Like I feel like it's kind of weird.
Despite it being more content.
like, like it's I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a case of like Konosuba's like humor like being dated, or if this is like what it has been in essence the entire time. But it feels like there's something missed here. I can't really put my finger on it. But
There's about 3 other characters that are missing.
well, yeah. I mean, I get that, but like,
Yeah, like my thoughts on that matter is that like Konosuba like before this was 2 seasons and a movie, and I think like its humor like kept up throughout like that run pretty well. But after the movie, I said that like if they're gonna make more of this, I feel like it's going to grow a bit stale because like the nature of like because like Konosuba is a satire. I think most people like know this.
Yeah.
Of like
It's
isekai
parody.
tropes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and that's where like most of its like value, like viewing value, is like derived from is the fact that it makes fun of something that has like oversaturated anime as of recent years.
Mm-hmm.
But when that type of show or that type of franchise like goes on for a long time, I think like just inherently it'll like grow old because like at what point are you like trying to just like poke fun at something without like falling into the tropes yourself?
Yeah, you live long enough to
like
see yourself become the villain.
yeah, and that's like kind of how I felt about like the direction that the series is going. Like after this spinoff, because like we have to remember that Konosuba is like no longer being handled by Studio Dean now. It's being handled by Studio Drive,
Mm-hmm.
which the only other thing that they've done is like 2 Year Eternity, the 2nd season.
Yeah, they get thrown like sequels of things that I don't know what it is about Drive, but they got thrown Konosuba and they also got thrown 2 Year Eternity. I don't know what it is about Drive that makes people. I'm not sure. I don't really know why it ended up this way, but it was a
yeah. So they also handed the upcoming like 3rd season of Konosuba, and like if this spinoff is like an indication of like the direction that the series is taking, I'm not gonna be like optimistic about it. That's all I'll say about it.
Yeah.
But if you like Konosuba and you just like want more content like with the characters, I bet that you'll like it like regardless. But in terms
That's
of like
only sort of true with the characters asterisk, but
Well, yeah.
I actually think it's like a huge deal that that's the case actually, because I feel like Megumin's like kind of gag, and obviously she probably is getting the spinoff because she's probably one of the more popular characters.
No, she is the most popular
She's
character.
by far the most popular.
It's not even close.
That's what I would have guessed. I just didn't want to make assumptions.
Nah, you're
I
fine.
didn't know for sure.
You're fine. It's just facts,
Yeah,
bro.
but like her like main brand of humor outside of the explosion, like haha, she can't move after because she's like basically a useless mage, is the fact that like she's just an asshole to people, but like she's an asshole to people that are basically her homies who are also assholes back to her. So it's like kind of funny. Like there's like banter in like an Always Sunny kind of way, But in this show, Megumin is the asshole, and there is no other asshole being an asshole back to Megumin.
Yeah.
So it's just her being an asshole to people, which is like, I mean, like to some degree, I think it's funny and like later when she leaves the village.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Well, like when she leaves the village and she has to deal with all the harsh realities of the real world, and she just deals with it by being an asshole. That's like hilarious to me. It's like, dang, these guys were trying to scam her. They were trying to like ruin her life, and she's just like so stalwartly like, nah, fam, that's not it. No, I'm just like it's explosion magic though, and she's like, I'm like, okay, that's pretty funny. But like for the majority of the show, right, when she's just in the village, it's like her chuny tendencies are just being met with chuny tendencies and union, and it's like that can only go on for so long, not 7 episodes.
True.
And I poor union, bro.
Yeah, that's it. I definitely think like that's actually a really good point, because I think the severe lack of what's MC's name? Kazuma, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like he kind of enabled a lot of why Megumin was so funny in the first 2 seasons, because it's like what the fuck are you doing? What is what are you actually doing at any point? Why are you doing this? You're dumb. And she's like, no, I'm sick as fuck. You're dumb. Just keep having this back and forth between these two characters, and without that, yeah, for sure. I think that's actually a really, really good point. Cause like, no, I mean, a lot of the like Crimson Demons in the academy or the school or whatever were not really like that big of players in this in the first place. It was pretty much just Union. And Union is like Union is Union, so it doesn't really.
So like that part of it is like crazy too, because like the film for this movie was like them going back to like Megumin's village, and then you just like see like the whole village is like full of crazy people, and it was really funny. Like I enjoyed the movie, but like in this like in the first like little like school arc that they had in this spin-off was just like, yeah, it just kind of like felt like your normal like chuny like high school show, in some ways with like. Yeah, I mean, like we already talked about like that part of the show, I think enough.
I also just feel bad for Union. I don't know. I feel like it almost got worse when they got out of town.
Really? That's
just
interesting.
like weird, got like stranger.
It like, definitely got cringer.
Yeah. Okay. So I was actually gonna bring that up. I just feel like I know obviously like Konosuba has always had like cringy humor, in some capacity. But like some of the episodes during this 12 episode span, like almost felt like for me they crossed the line. Like I was like, this is like nuclear grade cringe. Like what is actually happening? Especially like when the church is involved, was like really cringy to me. I don't know.
I was wincing in my seat, bro.
Yeah, oh god!
Like I straight up like did not like enjoy like the span of like 2-3-ish episodes when like the church was involved. Like
yeah,
it just like felt, I don't know. I felt like it was like kind of spitting on the humor a little bit from like what we knew of, because like it was like just really like discomforting. And I like for me at the very least, I feel like it would be the same for a lot of other people. Get past that part and it kind of like gets back on track near the end.
Yeah.
But man, like that span was like, I was like, dude, what happened to like Konosuba? Like I was already like that from the beginning of the show, but then I'm like, wow, is this how it's gonna be?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
It's like, what the fuck is actually happening here? Yeah, I just don't know. It is worrying because like obviously season 3 is a thing, and like I just don't know if they're gonna try to lean into that more, or if they're gonna maybe try to go with some of the things that like we've come to know the series for, or like the series for. It might be a little bit difficult to get back on track. I don't know. It's a new studio too, so like I don't really know like what their plan is of attack, because like I think before the spinoff, like my mind, I was like, it's kind of hard to mess up. Like I feel like it's a series that's like kind of hard to like ruin, just on the nature of the type of show that it is. Like you're literally just like being absurd in regards to like tropes in the isekai genre. Like that's like literally that's the show. It should be pretty difficult to mess up as long as the characters are funny. But somehow here we are where I'm now worried. I'm not worried about like when season 3 comes around, am I actually gonna want to sit through all of it? I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but
yeah, like part of me thinks that like once we like get back with like the other 3 main characters of the show, that it will like get back on track in terms of like, you know, being in isekai satire. However, I expressed before that like I think it's gone on a little too long. You know, being a satire, I don't think satire should be long. I think that they should be like contained.
Okay, sure.
Just
tell
like
that to Gintama. He's
Hold up.
Wait.
I see violence has been chosen. Absolute and utter violence.
No, but Gintama has its own actual like story arcs and everything, right? Like it's not. It's not just purely parody.
Comedy.
Yeah.
But
it just
like
does a lot of jokes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say that like Konosuba is something that is like purely comedy and a very like, you know, narrowly focused like niche in isekai satire.
Mhm.
And so I think that is something that shouldn't go on for too long, but obviously Konosuba is like popular and successful enough to where it will like get more content like kind of
Yeah,
intuitively.
yeah, obviously, yeah. For sure.
And so that's like my only worry for like the new season. Like not even that like new studio handling it, and we've seen like what they've done with the franchise and like the spin-off, and I just think that like man, it might grow stale over time, you know, for a lot of people.
It's yeah. I mean, I think you know, it's at this point, Konosuba is outlasting most of the most of the isekai that it is parodying, which is like
That's true. Yeah.
which is kind of like, I mean, because what even are the isekai that have lasted this long? Like ReZero, Mushoku Tensei, like aren't these supposed to be shows that are like actually good? Like they don't really need to be like made fun of, but also like it's kind of crazy, like just to broaden the scope to just Konosuba proper, like for a little bit wider. Like that show came out in like 2012.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that kind of insane that like a parody for the isekai genre came out before the bulk of the isekai came?
Really? Because we watched that in college.
Yeah.
But
Well,
is that like source material wise or?
well, I mean, we can check, right? Let me see.
Because like the anime definitely came out in 2016, but I'm not sure what the source material was dated as.
The light
That
novel
one's
came out in
2013.
like 2013.
Yeah.
Okay.
Light
close
novel
enough,
was
close enough.
2012.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
I was thinking anime for a second. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I don't know what the light novel scene was doing like back then. I thought they were still on Battle Magic High School, like slice of life romantic comedies, but
Mhm.
like I think Sword Art Online kind of like
Yeah,
made the whole genre explode.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I wonder, like, I think my hope moving forward would be, it would be really cool if we saw them, like, kind of incorporate some of the newer, like, because there's been so, like, we've seen, like, there's just like an absurd amount of isekai shows now, right? Like, and like, while there are a lot of them that kind of do the same things, there's also some that are like just straight up kind of absurd. So it'd be cool to see them like kind of tie that in. Like if Konosuba 3 comes out and they make a joke involving like someone turning into a vending machine, I think that would be really funny.
God.
Like they like that like that would be something that I think could be really funny if they decide to be like more modern and more adaptive with their humor moving forward, because like it's not like there's a shortage, right? We talk about how there's 80 million isekai per year, and so like I feel like they're not leveraging that as much as they could. Like I hope that they do, and
That would be crazy if like the premise of a Konosuba season was that they went multiversal and there's like 5 different Kazumas we got to deal with, and like one of them is a lamp. That would be like one of them is just a lamp Kazuma. Like that'd be crazy. Like I don't know. Like that would be really on the nose, but that would probably be the way to go about it. Like, I don't This is the Kazuma that only steals from the rich.
oh my
Wow.
God, bro, make it stop. Make it fucking stop. But yeah, I mean, I feel like most people that were into the series in some way will probably watch it at some point. I mean, I didn't feel like it was a complete waste of time, but I do think there was a little bit of some misses here. I don't know if anyone else has anything else to add, but at least the cat is
pretty
cute.
much like covered everything.
The cat's cute.
Yeah, the most gay.
That's part of the show.
Yeah.
As a Megumin fan, I enjoyed the show because I saw Megumin, and
Yeah.
I can't say much more, but I like Megumin. So
Wow. I feel
It's
like a lot of people feel the same way as you, Bobby.
Yeah,
However, like we have to like pay attention to like the trends that the show is like kind of setting for the future
Yeah.
of the.
I mean, I
franchise.
wish I had more that was good to say.
yeah.
That's all I got.
I mean, it's rated pretty highly amongst the people that watch it. I mean, I'm guessing that's just because like they're like, oh, it's more Megumin, so I'm here for it. But yeah, I don't know. It's something's definitely missing there. Hopefully we can see a lane switch in the future. We'll have to see the back to the wheel.
Wheel of Doom.
Ah,
Wow.
yes. Okay, now this is
Alright.
one I was
Crack
looking forward to
cocaine.
talking about. So, I think they should pop up here. Yeah, so this is Mahou
Yes.
Shoujo Magical Destroyers, and like off the just out of the gate, I just want to get this out of the way. I still, having watched the entire show, I still think it's a Trigger show.
Yeah, like
I think-
for sure.
I still think it's a Trigger show, and like, I just don't know. I like the whole time, like when it first started, I was like, this feels really familiar in some way. And I like, it took me a little bit to like put my finger on it, and I was like, man, this is like real. Like I feel a lot of Trigger Gynax here, like throughout the entire time. And I think,
Cover art and poster
what'd you say?
The cover art and poster look like Trigger.
Yeah, I mean, even the like I think the OP is done in a style that is like really, really Trigger too. I was like, this, I see a lot of like Fully Cooley in this, and it was like, what the hell is happening? what is going on?
Speaking more like directly on like what we mean by Trigger for those who are like unaware, so like Trigger and like Gynax are like kind of like the anime studios that have like dared to do things that only anime like is willing to do, so to speak. So like just like being extremely like balls to the wall, like insane, and like really like committing to the craziness of a lot of their shows. And it's something that they've, you know, garnered a lot of like love for, and like they like all of their fans like in their head like think like, you know, this is like what anime can do type of thing that other mediums just like are incapable of doing, just like at a like inherently.
Yeah, it's like they make the most shows that like feel like they could only be anime. They couldn't really be anything else. And also like I think the most valuable thing about this show for me is like there are a lot of shows that kind of do the like all over the place, like there's chaos a lot of the time, like and I feel like a lot of them risk or like kind of fall flat because they end up becoming like incoherent. Like you can only like throw so much shit at a time before like the viewer kind of loses sight of like why we were even here in the first place. And like this show, as well as I felt the same way with Akiba Maid War, does a really good job of like still maintaining the identity of what is actually going on, even though what's actually happening on the screen is just like it's like literally you have no idea what the hell is gonna happen.
Yeah,
You like
completely
never ever know.
nonsense.
Like it's you actually never know what's gonna happen, and I think that like kind of makes it fun. But like I said, like there's a line that you cross where like you just can't really keep up anymore. But I didn't feel that way with this one. This one, like honestly, I really looked forward to watching this show every week. Like I was like, I don't know what the hell they're gonna do to me, and I'm here for it. Like
Yeah, it was a super like good time just to like watch. Like I described it like early on as like, you know, like in like between like us and Khalil, and like Khalil has sometimes like done this for his community, but like when we press like the random button, we are hoping a show like this comes up. Like, a show that is just like complete and utter like nonsense, and is just like really, really good to just like watch when you're not really expecting what, you know, what is to come. It is like the perfect like random button show in that regard, and I think like there's like few shows that really like fit that description and fit that vibe that we want.
There's some shows that's like you press the random button, and it's like, oh, the random button broke. It grabbed random elements of a bunch of different shows.
That's what's up, bro.
and like I mean this show really does it does a lot. Like it does a lot at once, and I think that like the cool thing about it is that I think a lot of the things that it does is not without reason. It feels like very much throughout the entire 12 episode span, like it was like very, very self-aware and like very meta in some ways too. Like there were some points where I was like, this is like they're literally just talking about real life right here. Like this, I'm like this is this is like it's not something that is unfamiliar. So yeah, it's like crazy.
That's one of the things I liked about it, because like and I think that also like contributes to the Trigger feel, is that like despite all of like the surface level madness, it gives you the impression that there is something underneath the surface that you want to be kind of digging at. And I felt like near the end, I felt like it was very slightly more shallow than what like a Trigger show would accomplish, I feel like, but
Mm.
ultimately I do think that it still fit the vibe and that there's like a high degree of intentionality despite it being just straight up absurd.
Yeah.
For those who didn't like watch the show, like the premise of this is that like otaku are pretty much like an oppressed people in this show. Like all they're like the authorities are rounding up like all the otaku and like reforming them, and think that anything relating to like anime, manga, or just like weeb culture in general is like toxic and so like the remaining otaku like form like a resistance, and they kind of like rise up against this oppression, and that's like kind of to like convey like very like the strangely like relatable message that we were saying like near the end, where like it's really about like not being ashamed of like doing the things you love, like in spite of like unfavorable like social perceptions, so to speak. And I think there's a lot of like value in that, because like there are people who just like really really love things, and I think it's like kind of like a shame that like people like can't express like how much they like something, just like I don't know, like just because of like social pressure, like oh like it's not normal, and so a lot of people like wouldn't get like why you would like this type of thing, so to speak. And I think that would speak to a lot of people, like if you're like into like video games, like close communities like just full of like fighting game people, and it's a hobby that a lot of people like just like wouldn't understand without a lot of explaining. You kind of have to explain yourself to most people, and this show is like saying like, oh yeah, like don't be ashamed, like don't feel bad.
Yeah, and I think it even goes a little further than that, just because like anime itself was like that for a long ass time, especially like pre 2012, right? Like it was really frowned upon for people to like sit down and watch these shows, and like people would get like shamed for it essentially, and it's just like, bro, just let people do what they want, man. I'm tired of this. Like,
Yeah,
and I like that it didn't just focus on that itself. Like, I think it's really important that this show is like otaku in general, and not just like anime or manga, anime watchers or manga readers, right? Because like I think especially even now, like that's way more normalized. People have a harder time like understanding people that like collect figures and stuff like that. Like stuff like that was like something that was brought up, that I feel like when we have these conversations we might not necessarily like rope them in, but they are in the same realm, right? Like they're all in the same bubble, in the same conversation, and they face that societal pressure just as much as we might have, like back before anime really like popped off. And so like I think it was really cool that it took that extra step. And at no point was I like, man, are they gonna suddenly switch up on me and just become a normal ass show? No, it never became that. It was always crazy the entire time. And it definitely like had a lot of range, like the whole theme of like it being magical girls, like it's kind of like a parody in and of itself of like other mahou shoujo shows. And like just a whole lot of it's like, why, like who came up with this? I don't know how they came up with this, but like it was really dope. Like there's a character that doesn't talk, like she just says gobo over and over again, like she's hilarious, right? Like it's like
hired my favorite voice actor to make a few syllables. Like gobo 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 gobo.
But the intonation, the nuance, the variance of the gobo.
It was nobody else could have done it. Is what I'll say. That's all I'll say, bro. Nobody else.
It's like, man, and then there's like the things like the little I don't even know what to call it, the little creature. What was his name? Kyotaro. Yeah. So like Kyotaro, like it's like I love the running gag of like him just like getting smoked in like these random situations, like every time something would happen, like it kind of felt to me like if you've ever watched South Park, like they've had the running gag with Kenny, and like Kenny would just like die in like random ass ways. Like it kind of felt like that to me, and I was like, this is like they're just out here.
Like Chuck from Penny and Stocking, if you remember.
Oh yeah.
Chuck was going through it, bro. He was the sacrificial lamb, and a lot of like the craziness that show had to offer.
Yeah.
Season 2 coming, by the way.
Oh yeah.
True, truers, any truers in chat? But
More of the trigger connections. So
yeah, it just it's just really, I honestly, I found myself like there's a lot of really funny things about it, and but at the same time I felt like if I wanted to like actually think about what they were trying to tell me throughout the entire time, there was like definitely enough substance to where I could have conversations about what they're actually like trying, like the message that they're trying to get across during all of this.
right now, so.
Yeah, no, exactly. So yeah, honestly, like it was a sleeper, right? Like I don't think any of us really knew what this was gonna have to offer going into the season.
Yeah.
It was definitely one of those like, oh, we're just gonna have to see what the fuck happens. And I'm glad that we took the chance. Like it's
Yeah. One thing I want to highlight before like moving on is like I really like enjoyed like the kind of like the style of animation this show had to offer, and like what I mean by that is that like I think most anime, like dude, the average quality of anime nowadays has like gone so up that it's like it's pretty crazy.
Mhm.
That like, you know, because like we started watching anime where like, you know, only like the best of the best shows like even like looked like good,
Mhm.
so to speak. But like the style of animation that's like in this show, like it doesn't really like focus on like, you know, being crisp or being like, you know, very like fluid. It's very like unpolished, but there's a charm in that where it's like, wow, it's like really rough around the edges, but I think that contributes to like, you know, how crazy some of the sequences get in this show.
Mhm.
And I don't think that like most shows would like try to like replicate like the style that this show had
Yeah.
you know, had on display for most of the time. And like that's something that I think you can only really understand if you like see a sequence from the show. So, you know, if you haven't seen any of the show, like it does, we do recommend it. It's a really like good
Yeah, it's
show
out
to
there.
just like put on, grab some popcorn and enjoy the roller coaster that the show really is.
Yeah. I feel like it's like one of those shows that I kind of like. I don't think I could really put this in front of someone who's like brand spanking new to the medium. It definitely feels like you'd probably have to like watch it like a certain amount to like really understand like what they're doing, because like there's some stuff that you kind of pick up as you watch more and more shows, and like you'll be like, oh, okay, like this is kind of how it goes. And as you're a part of a community as well, like you might out there have experience like, you know, saying, hey, I'm gonna watch this anime, and then someone being like, you fucking loser, and they shove you into a locker. Like maybe that's like the experience you went through. I'm not sure, I hope not, but there are people that have been quote unquote oppressed for their for their liking of this medium in particular. So but like if you've watched like any, like, I don't even think it has to be a lot. I think just even a few shows, and like you'll really understand what they're trying to get at. And I definitely was having a lot of fun. I don't know if like because it's original, so like I don't know like I don't I don't know what I don't know if they'll decide to like just randomly like do something else at some point, because like kind of the way like the overarching theme of the show, like when all was said and done, without spoiling, I think kind of lends itself to just them being able to do whatever the fuck they want. Like they randomly decided like, oh, we want to do more, we can just do it again. Like it's they can just do more. I don't know if that would be a good idea, given that I don't know if it's like a flash in the pan, like you can kind of only enjoy it for what it is the first time around. Maybe it will get stale as if they keep doing it over and over and over again. But definitely,
if the sequel comes out, I would definitely watch it.
Yeah, no, for sure,
so.
for sure. I just like, you know, I need more good originals. Like this was like a really, I was really happy that this was in the season, because like while it is not, it's not something that I would like give a 9 or 10 to or anything like that, but like I think there's a lot of value in a show like this, despite it being like really out there. Like it's really eccentric. And I like that.
It's
I don't know.
eccentric that it's worth having around.
Yeah.
You don't get too many of these in a season at any given time. So
Yeah.
it's like it's you know, we have our like palate cleanser shows. This is like the fucking Five Guys McDonald's, like just throw the grease on there, you know? Like we need that too a little bit sometimes.
We need that 3 a.m. McDonald's run, bro.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You get me, bro. This is the 3 a.m. McDonald's run of anime. We need this stuff.
That is a quote. We're gonna hold on to the quote to that end. The 3
Bro,
a.m.
ever since COVID, bro, nothing's up and past midnight anymore. It's fucking sad.
I feel that. I feel that. No, this is a great one. I had a lot of fun watching that one for sure.
Real good one.
All right, moving on. Back to the wheel.
What's it gonna be? Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Magus Pride
Wow.
season 2. That's the best part of the wheel spin, bro.
Oh,
I think-
my word, not participate.
Wow. Okay.
Oh my god, bro, it's so funny. We need double sequel. Boom. Okay, so Magus Bride season 2. I also finally, we had a conversation about why this was tied to it. By the way, I found out it was because they like aired together in theaters. Like they showed episode 1.
Oh.
They showed episode 1 of this in the theater where they were showing this. So, that was so confusing at first. It's like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? It's so random. But yeah, Magus Bride season 2. It's been a bit since season 1. I think season 1 was 2017, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
but
way
there was an kind of an ONA series that is 3 episodes, but the episodes aired like once every few months.
Yeah, months apart.
Yeah, and so like it was kind of weird to like keep up, just at random times. It felt like they just kind of dropped. This season of Magus Bride is definitely like very, very different from season 1. It's half the length, like it's 12 episodes as opposed to the 24, 25 that season 1 was.
It will be the full length.
Yeah, it will be
second part.
eventually. But it is only airing. It only aired 12 this time, and like really, like theme wise, it's like a lot different. Like I feel like this season was way more focused on character development, and like really taking its time. Like and like a lot of the complaints I saw about this particular season is that they felt like it was too slow. Like they felt like there wasn't enough going on. I don't think I felt that way. But it definitely, like, if you got into it, like, because Magus Bride, right, like creating that whimsical and like fantastical world, and like seeing our characters exist within that world was like definitely a big draw of season 1. And in season 2, you know, it's a school setting, so like it in some ways feels limiting because you're in a school, you're not like really out in the world, and it really, I think, focused more on like Elias becoming more human, and like Chisei kind of finding out who she is. Like, I don't know how you guys felt about the way it decided to carry itself this season, but that's kind of the impression I got.
In regards to like the pacing, as you mentioned, like I think like the pacing is like fine for like what we're used to. Like in regards to like people thinking it's slow, I think it's like fine, like as it's always been. I think Chisei and Elias are like really great characters. Like I think they're great leads for the show. But if I could like say like the first like negative impression I have of this season in particular is that I think the rest of the cast outside those 2 characters are pretty underwhelming, I would say.
Okay.
I didn't really like it, dude. I don't know what it is, but it's really like hard to like, I don't know, form like a meaningful connection with the characters when one of them just like wears like a hoodie all the time. I don't even know what he looks like.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about that, but like, and like, you know, just the characters that they added. I mean, so, there are like a lot of returning characters too, like you know, like Alice.
True. Yeah.
But as for like the new characters that were introduced like just for the school, like I didn't really get much of an impression from them. I'll be honest.
That's fair.
And
yeah, it felt definitely feels like this supporting cast could have been a little stronger. And I don't know if like it's something about school setting shows, bro. It almost feels like sometimes that there are too many characters, but you can't really avoid there being this many characters because it is a school. So like you kind of get put into a really awkward situation where it's like, if these characters aren't really stand out and really good, it's like hard for the viewer to like care. Like it's hard to like care about like what, like hoodie guy, like I don't, who are you? What are you doing? Like what are you?
I'll be honest.
I don't remember his name either.
But yeah, so like in regards to like characters that we haven't seen before this season, I think it did not the best job at like making me feel like these characters were important enough to like, you know, pay attention to, or to see how like they fit into the themes of the show that have been developing over like this season and the last season. But as I said, Chisei and Elias, I think, got a lot of like really good development this season, and they are like, you know, the main reason why you would become invested in this series.
Mm-hmm.
And also like the fact that like there's just like not that much like, you know, very grounded and soothing fantasy series nowadays, because like, you know,
Yeah.
We've said time and time again that fantasy is oversaturated with isekai. That is like, you know, very like comedy driven for most of them, and there's not many like remaining fantasy franchises that just really like focus on, you know, the magic of everything, and making you like feel like immersed in the world and the characters. So on that virtue, like I think that this series like still offers a lot of value, despite what I said about the supporting cast. But yeah, like
did all of us watch this
no,
one?
it was
Okay,
just
yeah,
it was just Khalil
me
and Dylan who watched it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't.
I see. Yeah, it like I think that's definitely a good point. Like I feel like if you're watching Magus Bride, like 100% like the reason that you're watching it for is these two characters, like for sure. And I think this season did them a lot of good, like a lot of good. Especially Elias, because like the whole point of his character from the jump was like he doesn't get being human. Like he doesn't really understand what the fuck is going on. And so really this entire series is him trying to understand what the fuck is going on. And I think it offered a lot of really valuable sequences where we kind of get a look into why he became the way he is in the first place. Like I think the scene where they talked about, you know, the lady who was like kind of isolated in like her own bubble, who like kind of brought him up. Like we got to, I think that was a really valuable sequence for his character, because like we never knew that beforehand. We never knew it was like that. We knew that, you know, he kind of went through some shit, and you know, some of that shit was kind of bad, kind of really bad, but we never really understood like how he was brought up or why he even like wanted to understand what it meant to be human in the first place. And like at the beginning, I would say like the first half of this series definitely like really took its time, and was like, okay, taking a slower pace. But there were definitely some points where it was like, oh shit, like what is going on? Like especially I thought the scenes like in the I guess the tunnel, I guess is what I would talk about. The tunnel segment where they had like the creatures that like demanded offering and stuff like that. I thought like scenes like those were like still like, when those happened, I was like, oh yeah, okay, like this is still like a really cool fantasy world that we're in. There's still a lot of like really interesting creatures and a lot of interesting concepts that like maybe were not presented before, especially like scenes like that, scenes like where you know the whole lake and like search thing is going on. Like I think that is like still definitely kept me in the mindset that like, yeah, this is still like a really cool fantasy world that I find a lot of value in, and you know, the characters that we've come to enjoy in that fantasy world are still being great characters. Yeah, it's just like there's definitely a lot, like there's definitely a whole lot.
This season definitely like had its moments. You know, you already like talked about like, you know, that sequence like where we get to see a little like flash into like Elias's past, like with the woman that he kind of like got his upbringing from. Like I think like my favorite moment from this season was like the conversation that like Chisei and Elias had like on the rooftop. Like that one like really stands out to me. And like as we said before, like, you know, Elias is like really trying to like comprehend like kind of humanity as like a concept. Like, you know, like there's a lot of like let's say like irrational things about humans that at the end of the day, like we still like accept about ourselves, and like we even like find it endearing in a lot of ways, like profoundly endearing.
Mhm.
And Elias is like really like starting to like grasp that at this point in the content. And like I like how he like he kind of like reframes like his relationship with Chise, where like he is like the pupil and like she is like the teacher or the master, because like it's through Chise where like Elias is really starting to like get like why like being human is like is like a good thing, and understanding like them on kind of like a spiritual level. And like Chise like in turn like her entire like journey up to this point is like discovering like her self-worth, like when she really like thought that she was nothing, and people like treated her like that like up until like Elias like discovered her.
The probably the last thing I want to really give them credit for is so the original Magus Bride, I think one of the things that stood out about it the most wasn't just the fantasy world and things like that, but kind of something a little meta, where they do this thing where there's something very, very serious being talked about, this and that, and then like if there's like a funny moment, they like go to like chibi versions of the characters. And I got to give them credit, because I think there's a lot of shows that have tried to do similar things, but it kind of gets overused or like kind of used in a way that
We were going
there. I don't know.
Couldn't escape it.
It's so like. Yeah, I think this they definitely kept doing that this season, but at no point does it ever feel like this really took me out of the experience. Like they really like shouldn't have done that. And so I definitely wanted to make a note of that, because we have seen some other works maybe not do it very well, maybe not handle that aspect as well as some others. But I definitely am looking forward to whenever the next season comes out. I don't think it has a date. Oh no, it does have a date. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it is fall. Okay, cool. Yeah, and like honestly, as we were watching it, like it was a no-brainer that there was gonna be more. Like once you see like the pace and how they're attacking this season, is like, okay, obviously there's gonna be more at some point. It's just a matter of time. So it's cool that it's this soon, at the very least. But yeah, cool. Definitely a fun watch. Hopefully, what was it? Miguel and Bobby haven't watched it. You guys gotta catch up.
It'll always be there for you. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think it's like something that is like demands like, oh, you watch it right now. But
Do it right now.
I do appreciate it's like one of the few fucking actual fantasy shows that like does not feel like you just slap an isekai tag on there.
Yeah.
It's so sad. It really is so sad. Like I sit to think of like the last like 5 years, like what has come out that's a pure fantasy that's like does not have an isekai tag on it.
It's like Made in Abyss, Magus Bride, and Mushoku. I mean, like Mushoku Tensei still.
It's like, oh shit.
Oh shit. Never mind.
Oh shit.
I thought you were one of the good ones.
It's no these guys. I was like, come on, man.
Oh boy. Okay.
VTuber hell?
Oh, that's great that we just put it on as
yes.
VTuber hell.
Yes.
I mean, what else were we gonna put on the actual title? No one's gonna recognize that shit.
Oh man. Oh
God.
I didn't have a sequel. This is a sequel?
Yes, it's getting a sequel. I actually legitimately cannot
Because
understand
it was
why.
so good and successful that everybody was asking for more.
Did people like
For
it?
sure.
Oh no, they did not.
45
None of
minutes.
us liked the show. It was a
Well, I don't know about you guys. I'm from people that like other people.
Oh no. Oh
Why is there
no. This
money
is
laundering. I don't know what to tell you.
This is
Show
ugly.
what this is.
Does it have marketable girls who make money?
No, not even.
No.
Absolutely not.
I feel like
If you saw some of these CG segments, I think you would start crying.
I did see like one of them. Yeah.
like, man, why? Like, why did they do this? Like that is the
Okay,
question that
But setting the stage a little bit, because I have a feeling that a lot of people like have no idea what this is.
Yeah.
As you should.
Yeah, rightfully so. But like, so we saw this at the beginning of the season, like during like our sampler, and we saw a couple things about it. Like we saw it was like a collaboration between like Single MD and Wit. And the premise was about, VTubers and there being a school for that, and just like, learning how to be like a digital entertainer, just like in general. And I said something along the lines of like, this show has potential to be not trash.
You
I don't think I've ever been so wrong about anything in my life. I'll be perfectly honest, and I'll give up being like, I'm one who like will fully admit to like when I'm wrong, or like my first impressions on something based on what I see about the show is like completely misses the mark. This is one of those times. I'm sorry if I put this on anybody's radar. When we did that sampler, it was pretty bar none the worst show the season had to offer that we watched. And
that maybe there is someone out there who is more convinced to watch the show because of you. Great job.
Awesome. I apologize.
He has to live with that guilt for the rest of his life.
yeah. So, kind of diving into like what makes the show like complete irredeemable garbage. So like this is kind of like the latest entry in a subgenre that I'm calling I can't believe it's not idols. And like that like contains shows like kind of like your Uma Musume's, if you know what that show is, and also like Pride of Orange we mentioned earlier, which is like the hockey show that eventually turned into Idols on Ice, and like just as a means to promote like a mobile game of some sort. This is that with VTubers, and what that implies is that like it is extremely like cookie cutter in almost like every regard, with like its characters, like their designs, and like what drives them and their motivations, and like the overall like execution of like the world it's trying to like paint, because obviously I don't think that there exists a school for VTubers in real life as of right now. Correct me if I'm wrong. But,
there will be one eventually, but I don't think it exists yet.
Because of the success of the show, it's
dude. Yeah, they inspired them. Yep.
Yeah, inspired to make a school for VTubers. And so like this show like it really fumbled every expectation I had of it, because like what I thought the show was going to be was that like, because like I think VTubers is like an interesting like addition to the media that people have like consumed nowadays. Like like they got really popular like during COVID. Like people really like saw the appeal of like, wow, like we know that there's like a real person behind this, but they can kind of like act like a character and have it be a little bit normalized, so to speak. And I think it's a really like interesting like concept for like entertainment, and I'm like, you know what, if there's a show like this, I'd be interested to seeing what it has to say about that aspect. And this did not have anything to say about that aspect. It's like, wow, I want to be VTuber idol .exe, and oh my god, like the main draw of like every character in the show is that like, they're mostly like singing entertainers. So like they sing songs, they do like VTuber choreography and such. There's one song in this show. And they
no. There is one song. I don't think you emphasized that correctly. There's one song in the show. Singular.
Singular. One single song that is shared between like the characters, and they put their own unique spin on, so to speak, but it is the same song with like very like marginal differences in like the choreography and like the interpretation of it. And it looks pretty awful. Like the thing about like because like the CG in the show, like it's somewhat justified because like VTubers like look kind of jarring to people who just like look at them the first time anyways, and so it's kind of emulating that, but it looks like extremely stiff and wow,
70 favorites.
Moly. It's just like I wanted to like bleach my eyes whenever like they like went into VTuber mode, and it was just like, oh my, and they're
If
doing the
I-
same song again.
It's the same song, like it's the same. It's the same backtrack, and they'll change up like the lyrics, but they won't ever change up the notes they sing, the way they sing it, the choreography. It feels like it's the same. Like none of these characters in like the 3D models move.
So
Like there's no sense of like individuality how they move. It just looks like they took a mocap or maybe a 3D model, came up with some sequence, and then
it's
they just
absolutely a
overlaid it
mocap.
over like a bunch of the other characters.
So is it like are they like 2D and then like when they start VTubing they just switch over to 3D?
Yes.
Pretty
Okay.
much.
Yeah. And another thing. So like the main character, Miracle,
Mhm.
like she's like the focus character, like in her like journey to become like a better like digital entertainer. And the show tries to convince you like verbally that she's getting better at this when we see pretty much like no difference in like her like performance and her singing and her choreography and like how she carries herself like as a VTuber, like just like trying to like be entertaining like with her streams. Like I was not convinced that she was like better. I think the show was just like making her like a Mary Sue, and like, oh, she can like do no wrong, and as long as that you have friends by your side, you will like find success in some way or some form or another. I'm just like,
It was atrocious at first, but maybe we're getting used to it.
yeah. Like it's not like I can like take your first performance and then your like last individual performance and like put them side by side and see very very marginal differences, and people will be like, oh my god, you go so much better, look at that. I'm like, oh, this show like makes me like blow a gasket, like for real, like. And that's probably just because of like my expectations of it. Like if you saw this and like labeled it as trash and you didn't expect anything from it, like you probably like are not as mad as me. But I really think that this like premise can be something like pretty interesting, if it were to be done in a not idolish way. I'll put it like that.
Are you telling me not everything has to be idols?
Evidently, yeah. I think that's the takeaway.
Omega Law. Okay. It's disappointing because like VTubing is something that not only interests me, but like something that is like kind of relevant to like my line of work. Like I'm a fucking live streamer. Like VTubing is like a big deal in the live streamer space. And so I was looking forward to like watching a show that would give me like further insight into like how it came to be like so popular, as well as like because like it's like so much bigger than a lot of people realize now. Like there's literally agencies for VTubing. Like it is serious business, right? Like it's like it's like that. And so like I was like hopefully, but I don't know. Go ahead Miguel.
It strikes me as like this thing that like, so you just said it's like, oh, this will be interesting to watch for like research purposes, like, whatever, however you want to word it. Like, oh, let's see what this is all about. But chances are, whoever made the show like has like that doesn't fucking they know just as little as we do.
It felt like that.
This is just like kind of like normal. I mean, we all like are like at least tangentially related. It's like knowing about like video game stuff, and like it's kind of like screams like a company goes like, wait, video games are big, and then they just like try to like get involved, but like they don't actually know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So there's like, oh, we're just gonna like throw money at the situation and be like, all right, you guys just it's like we'll just throw in what we think that we know. And it's like, no, actually realize that way you don't know anything like how this works.
They're like Kizuna Ai is popular. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's just
I don't even think she's that popular anymore. Like in terms of like the VTuber sphere, like they're like 6 years behind the curve.
Yeah, because I mean, like I think it's like Korone and Gura and like those like the Shark Girl. I think those are like the really like big ones nowadays. But
I mean, there's like so many big ones.
Yeah,
like, those are just like the ones that I think we've been exposed to because they're English speakers.
Yeah, I mean, Korone literally did a fighting game event. That's all. That was like, bro. She was getting tutored by Kazunoko on how to play Street Fighter. I was like, bro, what the fuck? I was like
So
was able to
sick.
do, like, classic control like JP combos, like the ones that like everybody does, like the basic ones. And Kazunoko was like, "Are you a genius?"
You know, if I did have to say something positive about the show, it was very knowledgeable in teaching me about T was.
Was
Wait,
that
what?
one more time?
You kind of cut
We got
out.
a little-
Yeah, you're cutting out, Dylan.
I really appreciated the NFT bit at the
Oh!
end of the third
Oh
episode.
my lord.
That jump scare, that was something else.
my god. That's another thing. So like this show, like at the end of every episode, like and after like the ending sequence, like there's like a 3 to like 6 minute segment of like them doing like an actual like VTuber skit, I suppose. Which is where that NFT bit comes from. That was definitely like a jump scare. I'm like, why did they do this? And to like what end did it contribute to the show's quality or deteriorate from it? Or like, you know, either way. They also talked about esports, which was
Yes, esports, and then
Oh,
proceeded
yeah,
to talk about what was it? It wasn't even
an,
esports. It was
like an MMO. Like
it was like an
Yeah.
MMORPG.
It's like, it's just, it's like they hear about these buzzwords and they're like, yeah, this is what they're into. This is what our audience wants. It's like NFTs and esports, and it's like, okay,
Jesus.
like I can't. It's crazy how they just have such fundamental misunderstanding.
Yeah.
of anything that they discuss.
It just feels like there was no attempt to even understand it either. It's like one thing if you lack the knowledge, but like we would hope that people that are behind making shows would do their due diligence to like, you know, really understand what it is that the show is being made about. But fuck that, bro. Like just send it. Just that's what they're
it was at the point where like they confused like competitive like esports with MMO RPGs that I'm like, this show has no idea what it's talking about, like in any regard. Like they're just like throwing like, you know, like you said, like kind of like the anime video game like sphere buzzwords, and then like making like a word salad out of them in a lot of cases. I'm like, wow, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, this is like basic. You guys remember when the esport dress thing came out? For, like,
Yeah,
boys,
I remember
yeah.
that. I remember that.
That's like basically like what this is. It's like girls dressed. It's like yes, girls wear dresses, and it's kind of like not really.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
esports.
Okay, but do female athletes wear dresses too?
Yeah.
During their
I just, bro, like it doesn't seem like it did that well. So I'm like, like, why? How did this even?
Wait, like
It
Yeah,
did okay enough to get a season 2.
Yeah, that's,
I
I wonder.
because they
Maybe they just
work.
had it planned in the first place.
Yeah, they had it planned already. It was
Yeah.
like, oh, VTubers are big right now. So
Yeah.
here's 2 seasons worth of budget. We got it. And it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely in the belief camp of Dylan that this is a money laundering scheme and that someone was just tasked with making this and there's no one actually proving anything.
Yeah, our first actual anime Ponzi scheme. Who would have thought? Who's the?
No, it's the second one.
Ah, yeah, true.
The first one was Spy Classroom 2.
It do be like
anyways,
that. He's right.
if you couldn't talk already, please don't watch that
Yeah.
show.
Go ahead and skip that.
If I could go ahead and like just summarize this show, I felt like it was like a discount Love Live Nijigasaki, which was
That's-
already not
oh
a good
God.
show. It was just it's a show about nothing, says nothing, does nothing. It's a
nothing.
void of your time, and you should not watch it.
Please save
Hilarious.
yourself.
What a world.
All right.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Now for something completely different and less rage-inducing.
Comfy.
Comfy, yes.
Goofballs. I like these two goofballs.
Now, who wants to start?
Alrighty. Alright. Like yeah, like this is a show that like Khalil has like not watched, but the rest of us have.
Oh, you haven't watched it?
Like,
Like,
I am. It's in progress. I just haven't finished it, but yeah, it was really good from what I watched. So
Yeah.
it's not a matter of it not being good.
you want to start this one off?
Nice talk.
Go.
Nice
I
talk.
guess not.
yeah, I've been like cutting in and out. Like,
Okay.
like unfortunately, my internet is like, I did not even hear you.
I see. That's why you were like leaving and re-entering earlier, right?
Yes. Tragedy.
Okay. Dylan, how about you, sir?
Well, hey, this was a cool show. I was not expecting it to be. I was expecting more of a rom-com kind of walking into it. Um, but I just feel like it's just a really, really solid rom-drom with two characters just growing closer to each other over the course of a full season, bonding over, particular hardships that they've had over their life thus far, and uh, they were cute and I liked it and it was comfy.
Yeah, I definitely like agree with like the sentiment that uh like like you expect rom-com, and like that is because like rom-com has kind of oversaturated everything that is romance related. Like it's almost like an expectation that every romance is like trying to like be funny, and there's very few shows where like it gives you like that rom-com or just like that pure like romance feeling. And this is definitely like a nice addition to those type of shows where it can be funny at times, but obviously it's like not the focus. The focus is really like the relationship between like the two lead characters, and like how they kind of bond over their shared struggle, and the relationship buds from there. So really cute.
So, one of like the cool things about this show is like when you get like something kind of hyper specific about you that like someone else resonates, doesn't even need to be romantically, but like someone else that like you meet like resonates with like that like one thing. So these two like struggle with sleeping basically, like in the gist of it is like you have like that little thing to like relate to, and they're also like young, and it's like, oh look, you're just seeing like a nice little budding romance that starts off with this like seemingly like very minor thing. So it's super cute and like kind of like it feels like a very natural progression thing, because these like are they middle schoolers? I assume so, right?
First year high schoolers?
High schoolers,
Whatever.
year,
Point is, they're like young, and like when you're like this age, you like fucking suck at like interacting, at like everything. So it's just like being dorks together, and like it like feels like really natural and like cute, and like it works out, but it doesn't like cringe you away. It's like, oh my gosh, look at these like little young people working out.
Yeah, we had to deal with enough cringe this season, so this was like a really like nice like palate cleanser show. It was like really like grounded and very like serene and soothing, and like I said, I feel like there's a shortage of those shows, and I always appreciate when one comes around like this.
It makes it hard for me to like, because we've seen enough like cringe ass like middle school humor, but like this is like cringe in a way, but it is like dorky, more dorky, and it's finding that like balance. I mean, I don't know how the fuck to do it, but it's like you just know it when you see it. It's like, how the fuck do people like actually do this? Like something I like want to talk about. Like, how do you go like too far, and how do you go like this was executed like well? Like, how do you go like, oh, this makes me think of when I was this age, versus, oh gosh, middle schoolers are the worst people ever.
I think the insomnia like backdrop, so to speak, because like it doesn't like always like influence like their interactions like on the day to day. But whenever like they do like bond over it like in the night when both of them like can't sleep, I think is where the show like shines the most. Because like I think the way like their conversations like around insomnia like really like fleshed out their relationship was like really clever, because like you said, it kind of like makes those like what would normally be like very cringy interactions into something that's like very wholesome and heartfelt. But like to like kind of like paint the picture. So like sometimes like in the night when both of them like can't sleep, they'll like get on like what is a Discord call, but only like a one-way type of thing.
I have done that.
Where like one person is like muted, and the other one just kind of like talks about like what they're feeling and what they're doing because they can't sleep. And to the other person, it's like extremely like calming that somebody like it's like a feeling of like solidarity that somebody like profoundly understands like your like what you struggle with, and like what is like causing you to like be hindered on in some like day-to-day stuff. Like Ganta like he's kind of like the poster boy of like insomnia, like, oh my god, like I feel like ass during the day and I can't sleep at night, and so life is pain. Kind of stems from like a traumatic experience with his like parents, and I like Magari is more so like, oh, like she had like kind of like a heart disease that ended up getting resolved, which, you know, good on anime for actually like having a character like that, because most of the anime characters with that type of condition don't survive at all. And so like she's kind of like held back by the idea that like, oh, like one wrong step and maybe I will not be able to do anything else in my life. And that kind of like what keeps her awake at night.
In like some sense, it's almost like a healing type of show, like one of those, in that like both of the characters kind of like start with like insecurities and we kind of see them, but it's because of like the insomnia and because we see the characters like quite literally awake in like different parts and like a different side of their life, and they experience that together, that I think that they like really like kind of form their friendship, but also like for the audience, us, like it kind of like develops their characters, where it's like we see like not only that they have insomnia and that they're using it, like it's not, the insomnia is not just a gimmick, right? The insomnia is like a written part into the characters' lives, and it's like a defining part, it's like a defining symptom of like who they are as people. And it's like it's cool that the show treats it so fairly, and I think that's part of what makes it like not cringe on that line that Miguel mentioned before, because it's ultimately something that's like real and a problem and like a built-in insecurity that both of the characters share, right? And they just express that insecurity in like different ways. And so like if they are being cringe and or cute or whatever, you know, it feels like it's not like really bad cringe, because it's like a, oh man, like it's kind of like the same thing of like if you have an insecurity about something and you're kind of bringing it up, and then sometimes you know you try to defend yourself like before someone's even criticized you, and they're like, oh yeah dude, that's really cool, and you're like, oh shit, they accept me, that's crazy, you know. It's like that kind of like fear. I think that kind of fear, like that kind of anxiety, comes from the same place as the cringe, but like it's the good kind of cringe.
It's a fine line between cringe and wholesome.
Yeah, for real.
I think it's pretty cool that Living Films back to back just decide to do 2 night shows that captured completely different aspects of the night.
Bro, I'm still concerned for whoever is on staff at Leading Films, because I feel like they're not sleeping.
Some sleep.
Yeah,
for real,
I feel like
but,
whoever it is not sleeping. He's like, you call of the night into this. Like, come on, bro, what's going on? Yeah, it's a call. It's a cry for help.
They were both like, really great shows in their own regard, and like if they keep up that type of like, you know, trend or streak, then I'm all for it. But yeah, get some sleep.
Yeah, I'm sure to some degree that they're thankful that they can see these beautiful sights at night.
The palettes, obviously, since they both like share the night stuff, can be like somewhat similar, but they still do have like different. They're being great with it.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that was really funny.
A very funny spot.
Oh, did I die again?
Nah, that was hilarious.
He got pulled into the ether after he's different.
It do be like that.
Okay.
It do indeed.
Dying the whole time. I was like, all right, well, whatever.
I think we get what you mean, though. So
yeah.
Like,
But definitely one of my favorite things about this is like when you just find like that like person that has like that like same. I mean, this isn't really like a niche interest, but it's like a similar way to think about it. Where you have like that one person who has a niche interest, you just want to fucking talk to like them about it. It's like, holy shit, someone else is like, similar to me.
Yeah,
it's not a niche interest.
Yeah, it's like it's a special feeling when like, you know, you could like express like your experiences with insomnia or any type of condition to like somebody who like doesn't have it, and you know, maybe at a basic, and then maybe they'll have like a basic understanding of what you're going through, but there's like a special kinship that forms like when you have like a heart-to-heart with somebody who has like, you know, the shared experience with your condition that is, you know, irreplicable in any other like, you know, scenario. And I think the show handled that really well and did a lot of like clever things with like making that into a very serene and dorky and wholesome experience that, you know,
not the only dorky wholesome show this season.
True.
But will God let your segue work?
that is the question. So like, yeah, like those are our thoughts on Insomnia. Very good show. Definitely recommend it if you are looking for something very calming, very soothing, and you want to like break up the action of your normal like day to
low
day what
stress
you would
watch.
normally watch.
Yeah, it's a low stress watch. You just kind of hop in there. Oh yes, time to go to bed.
Yeah.
Comfy,
Wow.
if you will.
All right, back to
All
the
right,
wheel.
let's see if God is going to let Miguel
It's like
see what-
3 more. They
Or-
could be at least.
Are you sure?
At least. Oh, there it is.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Not
That's
far
one of
off,
them.
bro.
That is certainly one of them.
Bobby's got the freshest in his mind because he watched this like in one day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The grand
Actually,
binge.
that's the craziest segue. Is that I watched half of this show while on like a midnight stroll. That's crazy.
All right. Well, do you want to like start it off since it's like the freshest in your mind, Bobby?
Yeah, so I mean, Skip and Loafer about some country girl who like gets into the city, like she's like trying to become a politician, be big in the world, make some changes, do some things. I think if I remember correctly, she was saying there were some problems that she saw, and she was like, I can't believe other people have to deal with that too. I want to fix it for everyone. So she's trying to like do that. But in her high school journey, meets this one like pretty handsome guy, and yeah, they kind of hit it off. Like they're just really good friends, and maybe a little bit more later. But I mean, it's a really fun, wholesome show. Like it's really, I think, driven by the like main character Mitsumi, like her quirkiness. Like she's just such like an absolute like dork and goofball. Like it's not like, it's definitely a defining character trait that she doesn't like. She's not from the city, right? And compared to everyone else, who like the whole cast is a bunch of like really fun characters that are, you got to dig into them like beyond the surface. Like definitely like don't judge a book by its cover is kind of like a tired trope. I like, not trope, but like, theme, but I think it's really well executed in this show in particular, where it's like every character that like is relevant, like they have layers to them. And that's, I think, the really cool part about like just seeing all the stuff and seeing all of them interact and like become friends and everything. It's like very nice and wholesome. Very fun, comfy show.
Yeah, if I had to make a comparison to people who like haven't seen the show and maybe have like watched something else like it, is that I think it's like a very lighthearted Origairu, in the sense that like all of the characters are like very like mindful of like the nuanced interactions that they have with like every like member of like their newfound social group, and like they're very cognizant of like everything, every like small thing that happens like with every word that is said. And I think like Origairu is like very good at expressing that in like a more like dense way, whereas like this one is definitely like more lighthearted, as I said. And there's definitely like an aspect on like or an emphasis on like the cynical elements of adolescence, like kind of like the mindset that like, oh, people are like not being themselves, they're just like putting up fronts just so that they can be accepted into social circles and all that. And kind of that progression from that cynicism to what becomes like a more like sincere sense of companionship, when the characters like grow to like believe that they found like people that they don't really need to like put up fronts around, and like they can just like be themselves around. Like it's really refreshing, like this type of show. Like, and you get that sense from all the characters, like not just like the main two, like Mitsumi and Sosuke. You get it from like from everybody in like the main cast, that and that makes me believe that like the people who like made the show and the people who like wrote the source material really understand like the headspaces of like young people, and what they're feeling at any given time whenever like they enter like a new space and meet new people, and kind of like the beauty of the relationships that develop into what people like know as like very like authentic relationships, based on like just surface level, like what I'm trying to like act like or what I want to be but I'm really not type of thing. Not many shows like that kind of like emphasize like that aspect of relationships when you're young. So
quickly, like kind of.
Miguel.
He's gone.
Oh, man,
Miguel?
One more time.
that was a little
the
more
fans.
quick than we anticipated.
Bruh, am I back?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I don't know why I'm like awful today. Internet was. Anyway, so Origairu, like one of like my only real flaws of the show is like one of the only flaws of the show is that these people don't fucking like act or talk like high schoolers. A lot of times they're like way too like smart and like self-aware. And like this show like has them still like self-aware enough is like kind of giving them a little bit of credit as like high schoolers. Whereas like, you can recognize that this person is like potentially being like fake, for like lack of a better word. So it strikes this like nice little balance of not going like too terribly far in the high school people don't actually talk like this.
For sure.
Okay. I'm feeling none of that came out. Fucking
No,
strong.
no, we got it.
Oh my god, you did. Wow.
No, you're fine.
go.
You're fine. Fine.
No, we were agreeing with you. That was like what we were uttering. We're like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, me to me especially, like definitely just not afraid to embrace being herself. Like she just kind of, just like I'm awkward as fuck, like at all points. It's just like it's just how this is just simply how I am, and I must be how I am. I cannot help it. I can't.
I loved Mitsumi like as like the main character of the show. Like obviously like. I have some bias towards her because like she's one of my favorite voice actors, Tomio Kurosawa, once again, and I really think that her performance like brought out like the antics that eventually like drew in everybody who eventually becomes part of the social circle, and that like this character kind of doesn't know how to be fake, so to speak, or to know how to like she doesn't mince words about like how she's feeling, and that type of like genuineness kind of inspires the rest of them to be more to kind of like look inward and like really consider like, man, is like putting up a front like really like doing me like any good? Because like one of my favorite like progressions in the show is like with Mika's character, so like the one with like the twin tails. Like she starts off like kind of like the poster child of like, I'm gonna put up a front so that people will accept me. Because that is like I'm adopting like a personality that a lot of people like tend to be drawn to and want to be friends with, because she had like a pretty like rough upbringing where like she was like a little like chubbier, and like she kind of had to like rework her entire like way of life just so that she could like put on like an appearance that people would find acceptable in that regard, which is kind of fucked up, not saying that should be a thing at all. But it's what a lot of people have to go through when they're young. And so she, like Mika, she really like struggles with this idea of like self-love, where like she really like hates the person she actually is, and so she adopts something that is not her just so that people will like her. But she eventually, like finds within this this new friend group people who will accept her for who she is, and like she's like. In reality, she is like very cynical. She has a very like she's very blunt in how she describes other people and how she interacts with other people. And I think it's cool that like she also like forms like this, or like she finds this like solidarity with Nao, who is Mitsumi's aunt, who is transgender. So she's a trans woman. And like Nao's story like kind of like intertwines with like Mika's struggle, because like when you're trans and you're going through your the period where like you are like considering like being very open about it, that is another like I guess experience where like someone would struggle with self-love. The idea of like, I know who I am, but I'm not able to express it openly because I am afraid of people rejecting me, rejecting the self that I want to put outwards. And it's these types of like interactions and the ebb and flow of like conversations that the characters have that really, really makes the show refreshing and makes it feel very real and organic. And a show like this is like, it doesn't come along like too often. Like usually like things like this can simply be described as like wholesome, and and that's not a bad thing, but it's definitely like a lot more than just wholesome. It's definitely like real, and I think people can find a lot of merit and value in what the show has to say about authenticity, just in general.
Also, that
Mhm.
opening is really
Oh
fucking
yeah,
stupid, but
yeah.
like,
Cool opening.
great.
Yeah,
Very
It's
cool.
fun.
agreed.
Give me
agreed.
a dorky dance, and I will just like immediately like fall in love with it, like every single time.
Mabushkude.
And
Yeah.
very nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is like this to me that was like the go-to palette cleanser this season, which was really cool because it's also really quality. So it's always nice. Funnily enough, we always watch this right before we watch Vinland 2, which is like,
Oh my.
it's like, well,
Why did you do that?
I was like, I'm
Let me feel dead.
God, dude, Miguel, I'm sorry, but this is
what was
so
it,
funny.
Miguel? What was it?
I said I'm feeling good. Let me destroy it. All right.
Okay,
Sometimes,
okay.
sometimes you have to prepare yourself, man. It just
Yeah.
be like,
Also, one external thing about Skip and Loafer
Mhm.
is that like if you remember, this is PA Works' first manga adaptation ever.
Yep.
And they nailed it, honestly, like
Mhm.
every part of it. And that makes me like very optimistic to where if they do more adaptations in the future, like if this is like a trendsetter, then I will have like complete faith that they will be able to deliver something of quality, as we've come to expect from them in their little streak that they've been having over the past like 2 or 3 years. So
yeah, it's been a good story for that studio the past few years for
Mhm.
sure. All right, cool. Moving on to the wheel. What is it next?
see if we're gonna get all the heartfelt, wholesome shows out of the way, or are we gonna go
Yes.
for something completely different?
Oh,
Yo, I
Yeah,
can't
the
believe
guy.
I this back to back to back.
we're just on a streak, bro. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do Yamada-kun afterwards, maybe. And
what's the full name of this? I don't even.
this is
Dangers
the,
in My Heart.
This
first
one
one.
right
First
here.
one. Yeah, this is
Okay.
the English title is The Dangers in My Heart. All right.
Yeah,
This was watched
First
by me, Miguel, and Dylan. So
Okay.
First
Little-
episode was cringe. Abandoned some of the bad.
it sure was, Miguel.
The show, I think this is what Miguel was talking about with like middle school cringe and writing that fine line. It certainly rides the line of cringe a bit more, especially with some of the more prevalent side characters in this show. But
Mhm.
it's another good rom-com, and it just so happens that like it happens to have like the best, I want to say,
I just
cinematography.
I just feel
Cinematography,
like
Yeah.
I just want to point out that like I feel like I was kind of put off by this like first line of this fucking synopsis during, because I remember like stumbling across this during Sampler, and I was like, bro, what are you talking about? What do you mean?
Yeah,
What do
I think
you-
that first line kind of illustrates like how like cringe like literally like the first episode is, and then after that it becomes more grounded, and you kind of like get the sense that like, oh yeah, like he's just saying that just because it's kind of like a protective mechanism, because he doesn't like the main character like Kyotaro, he doesn't. He
He's like
obviously
perfectly
doesn't like
aware.
interacting with people. Like, he's that type of like adolescent. Like he's like, I'm not gonna say like he's afraid of people. He just like, I don't know, doesn't believe in like people like being. He doesn't. At this point, he doesn't believe in like intimacy, so to speak. Like that type of like relationship where like you really really get to know somebody. And I think that's like the real merit of the show, is that it is a very like polished depiction of somebody's like first encounter with that type of intimacy. And Dylan mentioned like the cinematography earlier, and like we do have to emphasize like this show like looks and sounds like freaking amazing. Just like the camera work and the lighting. And also like Kensuke Ushio's like soundtrack like kicking in at just the right times really like elevates the pivotal moments of the show, I want to say, like where Kyotaro and Yamada really like feel a connection like beyond what is considered surface level, just like just conversing with one another, but they know that it's something like a lot more. than what a lot of people would be willing to dive into. I would say. And yeah, and like I think we have to like bring up that like a lot of people like label these types of shows of just like, you know, girl teases guy type of show where like, you know, parentheses derogatory. Like think you're like Nagatoros of the world. I think that type of show like really like gave this kind of like surface level like comparison to like a lot of things, like a bad rep, so to speak. And so people are very hesitant to try shows like this, but take it from us, like this is a good one. If you want like a romance that audio visually is like it's spectacular. I'm not even like gonna mince words about it. It's awesome. And it is able to like overcome like its very cringe beginning and turn into something that is like, you know, extremely like immersive in a lot of ways. And you know, I think a lot of people would find something of value in what the show has to say.
You must defeat the cringe to.
Yeah, cringe
honestly,
is
like
an
that-
obstacle.
The first line is almost misleading. I feel like because they kind of dropped that bit pretty
They really-
much after the
yeah.
first episode.
Because he was like in the beginning he was like all like death and murder, whatever the fuck, and then that just gets abandoned like after the first episode, like immediately. I was like, oh,
Like, I
cool.
think he's like perfectly aware that it's just weird for him to be like into this type of shit, and so he just kind of tries to hide it. So it's, I don't know, it's
It's almost like never brought up again after the first episode. It's kind of
It really
crazy.
Yeah, it really
He
is.
led with that.
You forget about that was like a part of his personality. I was like, oh,
Like I said, it was
They
his
abandoned ship
defensive
on the
mechanism.
continent. They're like,
It
I'm
was his
not.
defense-
also shout out to the OP. Pretty
Oh
sick.
yeah.
Pretty sick.
Hiroshika.
Just riding the waves.
Yeah, that song on the OP has like recently overtaken Idol as like the most like played Annie song as of recently,
Really?
which is pretty impressive. We'll talk about that later, but like yeah, like the OP for this like really kind of like broke numbers just with like, the song alone, and the visuals are like really good to like as a compliment.
what's the Hiroshika one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. Any
me some of
parting
that.
sentiments for Dangerous?
Definitely like if you were like I said, if you were like deterred from like watching the show based on like, oh, like it's another like girl teases guy, and I don't think it's gonna be like anything special like substance wise or production wise, it definitely is worth it. And I would recommend like if you want like rom-com, I think this will like kind of like give you like a new perspective of what it can be potentially.
All right. Cool.
All right. I'm calling it.
Uh-oh.
The trend's gonna continue. We're gonna go Yamada right now.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
other
so?
Yamada.
It becomes more and more likely. So
The other Yamada.
the other Yamada.
Yeah, because this past show was also Yamada.
Hmm.
Wow.
Not quite.
No, it's
Not
Demon
quite,
Slayer.
not
This is
quite.
French.
Not
Oh no, it's
quite.
Hell's
It's
Paradise.
Hell's
It is,
Paradise.
It's Hell's Paradise.
It was close though.
Yeah, very close.
All
All
right.
right.
All right, so this show is weird.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this,
It was cool,
this show
but it
is
was
weird. It's weird because like this was one of the shows that like obviously was spoken very highly of going into this season, because I think there were just a lot of people who really liked the manga or read the manga, and so like, you know, it was another one of those instances of, you know, I hear a lot of people talk about it. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll give it a try to see what it has to offer. And it's definitely just like, I don't know if there's a better descriptor than it's just really fucking weird, right? Like it's just odd. It's like kind of wants to be, like, you know, your standard battle shonen, but then there's like elements of like battle royale in it in some cases. There's also like some extremely like kind of nonsensical like overarching plot, I would say. Like it's kind of like an adventure show in a way. Like they're searching for something the entire time. The reason for why they're searching for this thing is like, okay, I mean that makes sense. at least. But like as you get as they're on this island and they're in this place, like things just get weirder and weirder as time goes on. Like things just kind of like spiral out of control and become more and more warped. And like some of these creatures that were in this show were like just straight up amalgamations of just like what is going on here? I don't know what is taking place.
Like historical setting with like also, I always find that combination.
He's gone.
You know, maybe we should save like Miguel's thoughts for last.
Yeah.
It's like whenever he like chimes in, it's like always when his like internet is like, wow, maybe you shouldn't talk right now.
They're trying to get him, bro. They're trying to oppress mans.
Anyways.
Yeah, so like it's a Mappa show, right? And so like one thing that I did want to say is like there were some weird things with the production of the show. I feel like some odd like there were some segments that were like obviously like okay, this is like Mappa just doing Mappa things, like this makes a lot of sense. But then there's other segments that I feel like either they didn't have, or maybe they just didn't care, or like maybe they just didn't think it was as important. But I feel like there was some jarring disparities between production segments at certain points, and I think for like people who like battle shonen, I don't know if that'll kind of take them out of the experience in some ways, because like I mean it kind of feels like in a lot of cases that's kind of what they're there for. You know, they're there for the the fight scenes and the high production and whatnot. But then again, you know, some people probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference, like if you're not like really keyed into what goes into like, you know, making a scene and making it fluid and whatnot. But like I just find it really odd, like a really odd show, like not only from, you know, like the production thing, but also like its story and its plot is just like really kind of weird to me as well. Like I don't know, it's like kind of hard for me to I'm not saying it was bad or like it's a bad watch or anything like that, but it's just very odd. Like I have a hard time like categorizing it in some ways, if that makes sense.
I think like later in the show, like it becomes like evident that a lot of like the things and like the, I guess like the thematic identity of the show is like derived from like Taoism. Because like they like directly like reference like Tao as like a central like, you know, force that is like governing things that is happening like on this island. And if you're like not familiar with, you know, the kind of like the values of Taoism, like, you know, myself, I'm not intimately like, I don't intimately understand Taoism like some people would. And I think like if you're not, then like something is like lost in that show and you're just gonna think it's like weird. You know, like you said, and I think that's like most people, but you know, I think if like they want to like draw the connections of like what it's inspired by and what it like takes after, then they can do that if they feel inclined to. But yeah, like my perception of like this show is like it's definitely like a more like mature shonen show, I would say.
Yeah.
And I think it has a lot of value in that, where it's like, you know, it's not like there's no like, you know, it's like pretty like no nonsense with its premise. Like there's not really like any like lighthearted downtime at all. It's just like go. Like we're like really trying to like nail down like this part of it. And I guess I appreciate it in that regard, where it's like it doesn't like it takes itself like seriously enough to where I believe that like it is like trying to like push past like what a lot of people expect from a shonen nowadays. And so yeah, and like we talked about like some animation inconsistencies. Like I think I saw a lot of people like describe this show as like Mappa's like least favorite shonen child, which is like I guess accurate, because like, you know, considering that like they also take on Chainsaw Man and Kaisen. But you know, the show did have some like very like standout sequences. Like the last like action sequence of the last episode was like really cool, and I think that's where like most of like the effort went into. Yeah. But I didn't think that anything that was considered like, you know, I guess like inconsistent was bad in that regard. It was just like standard. So that was like my take on like that part of it.
I kind of thought that like, am I live?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
Let's go.
for now.
So I kind of thought that like this island that they're on is like pretty like beyond reality. It's like fucking weird shit. Of all of the monsters or abominations that are there, they
Mhm.
just look like fucking insane and like freaky. So I kind of thought that like some of like the action sequences involving them kind of represented that, and maybe that's why some people didn't gel with like the action sequences or the animation style around that point. I mean, I could be wrong, I don't know, but I definitely just kind of felt like it was like, oh, at this point these things are like beyond reality and it looks like noticeably different when they're involved. So I don't know if that was like a thing that like
okay.
other people shared, because there are some people trashing like on like
Yeah,
just
yeah.
random animation moments.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure like if you most shows, if you like explicitly cherry pick, you could find something that looks weird out of context, but some people don't really understand like how these things work in the first place, like especially when people talk about like in between, when they talk about like in between frames, like we see that all the time. Like people in bad faith will take an in between frame of like a sequence and be like, what the fuck is this? It looks bad. It's like, that's not that the purpose of it is a transition, brother. Like it's not supposed to. I don't know. I can't stand people.
Like frame by frame and they'll be like,
yeah,
oh
yeah.
God, like, I'm like, you're not supposed to experience anime frame by frame. You're
Right,
supposed to experience it in,
exactly.
like one fluid motion.
Exactly.
So like,
I do think that one of the things that I had a hard time, because like I said, I still rated this show pretty solidly. I definitely don't think it's bad. I just, I don't know what it was, but I had a hard time like identifying like a character that I really really liked. Like I don't know if you guys felt that way, but like Gabi Maru is like not particularly interesting to me in this show, like just really not. I would say probably the most interesting was maybe the sword girl, the
Sagari.
yeah, I mean like I think she was like mildly interesting, but I feel like an overwhelming majority of the characters I like found myself not really caring that much. I don't know. How do you guys feel about the characters?
well, I mean, like, in regards to like characters, like this is a type of show where you actually like don't know who's going to survive more than an episode.
Yeah,
so
that's true. That's true.
I think in like that regard, like it kind of like keeps like people who like don't know the source material guessing on like, man, who is like gonna get focus or not, or who am I supposed to like really kind of root to survive. It really doesn't shy away from like, yeah, like we might like introduce you to this character, we might give you like their backstory and like where they came from and why they're here, and then they will literally like not survive the episode.
Yeah, that I feel like that's like the Akame ga Kill effect. Like I have a hard time like after so many people just get smoked out of nowhere, it's just like, do I even want to emotionally invest into this? Because you might be gone next episode, bro. Like you might actually not be next to me when all is said and done.
I think it's like an interesting approach to like character writing, because like you create a I think about it from like a creator standpoint, where like you create a character and like they only have like so much time to like be introduced and to kind of like show what their place is like in the show. I think it's like a very like bold approach if you like partake in a show where like, man, I'm gonna create a character and I'm going to attempt to like give them some value, and then like you're going to be like emotionally attached, and then they're not going to survive. And I think like it's definitely like interesting because like it's a very like short-term investment, but you can kind of still feel like the impact that some of the characters have. I'm not going to name names,
Sure.
obviously.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to say who dies and who lives in this first season in particular. But I did find myself like connecting with that kind of like those shorter stories, like and more contained stories.
That's fair.
There was a lot of variance with like, obviously, like we know probably like the main characters are going to survive. Like I think that's like
I mean
secret.
that's
But you might like. I liked a lot of the ways that they handled like the shorter ones, because like that's hard to do. Like that's really hard to do.
So there's like this thing that I kind of don't like the shows do sometimes, where they make me lose like the integrity of what the fuck is a fatal blow. And this show definitely does that.
Oh, I see.
Like
Yeah.
defining on what's actually supposed to kill a person.
Yeah. Oh, like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
To be fair, Demon Slayer does that shit too. Like beheading
I
is
mean-
not how you kill demons anymore.
It's worse than
Like,
Demon
it-
Slayer, though.
Worse
So.
than
Beheading
Demon
and then
Slayer,
also
but
other
I
things.
like these people are like quite literally built different.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Simply.
to say the least,
So
like that
I
is.
think it's a bit more forgivable here.
As long as it's consistent, I guess.
He's like, how is he not dead?
Because there was one particular instance, and Jeffrey knows what I'm talking about, that this guy got smoked as fuck.
Oh my god, dude! Like
Oh, yeah.
he should have like actually like been dead, or at least like shouldn't have like healed as fast as he did from the type of blow it was. I'm like, son, I guess you're just built differently.
Yeah.
I definitely
yeah.
thought that it was a. I thought he was going to be one of those shorter stories.
Yeah.
No, okay.
For real.
I see. Yeah, I don't
Anyways.
know. It's an interesting one to talk about for sure. There's like a lot of different things here. I mean, but it seems like it was received like generally pretty well, all things considered. I mean, it's rated pretty highly and everything. So I think people still found it enjoyable.
for what
Yeah,
it was.
it
And I
was
like
a fun
enjoyed
watch.
like it's like more unique storytelling or
It
storytelling
was
beats.
a fun shonen.
Yeah, it was fun to watch. And like obviously, I don't think there was any doubt in anyone's mind that it was gonna get follow up. Like this was
Yeah,
inevitable.
Actually, like, no doubt.
There was no way there wasn't gonna be. So yeah, we'll see more of it eventually. I don't know when, but I'm sure that I don't know. Mappa just has so much, man. I just like, if you need to take a few years to do the sequel, I'm okay with that. Like
We'll still be around. We're not going
we're
anywhere. It's
not.
fine.
Yeah, it's like it's okay. You don't have to rush anything. We're fine with that.
Yo,
Ah, yes. Yes, we've arrived.
This is our time.
Oh,
you know, I know we were beginning the stream with a bit of talk about Slam Dunk, and I thought it was a really, really, really good movie. But if I'm gonna be honest, it just can't compare to peak like Birdie Wings season 2.
was it better than Birdie Wing season 1?
Yes.
Oh, really?
It's it's
That's crazy.
how do I explain this? I mean, it's just such a natural transition. Like,
Yeah,
why would
yeah.
we even have to compare it?
Yeah, it really is. It's like it's still like it's still so absurd, but it's hilarious.
Like
bro.
it goes back to like elements that you saw from the first season. But
Yeah.
you just kind of welcome it because it's fucking Birdie Wing. I don't know how else to describe it.
It's crazy how hardcore they just lampshade stuff in Birdie Wing, where they're just like, yeah, this character just knows Japanese for some reason. It's like, really? It's like, yep. But anyway, let's move on.
You're right.
And we're
Yeah,
like,
that's
hold up,
that's
hold up,
not
hold up.
important. That's not.
Yeah,
important.
and then here you're just like, oh, I see. So you were telling me you learned Japanese because actually your amnesia, you grew up with someone who is Japanese in your household. I get it, and that's how you just subconsciously know Japanese, even though you have amnesia and you wouldn't remember that you knew Japanese. I see.
Like I just like I didn't think they could take it any wilder than like last season's mafia plot, but somehow
Yeah,
within, like the
yeah.
first couple of episodes with us getting like the Yuri bait and switch with like,
That was
are
funny.
they siblings
Yeah, yeah,
or
that-
are they not siblings?
That
There's
was
a-
actually,
yeah.
bro. People
Well,
were
they-
down
they-
bad, bro.
it
They were
was
down
incredibly
bad.
entertaining to see from both like a show standpoint and like observing other people's standpoints.
They threw the incest card. It was a crazy jump scare.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah, yeah.
people were coping so
People were
hard.
really mad. Yeah, it
Unbelievable.
was crazy. It was actually wild. I was like, oh, they're gonna be so mad about this, bro. It's a-
And then there's the cancer.
Oh my
yeah.
god, yeah. It's just
Just
bro,
crazy.
there's just so much shit that they just it
It's
just kept
built
going.
different. Like,
Yeah,
I,
no,
like,
it is.
You can't get this in any other format.
Like,
You
Yeah.
honestly cannot.
Birdie Wing truly is built like a golf course, like a driving range, right? Like it's just so vast and broad and so shallow, but it doesn't matter. Like it's so like it's so wide, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's just they go everywhere. They do anything they want. Like it truly feels like the writing staff is just like, what sounds good? Cancer, we're in. It's like, oh
my
yeah,
god.
cyborgs, we got those. Mafia, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Bobby,
And it's
don't anybody take what Bobby just said
Out of context. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like not even like it's like one of those dartboard anime where they like throw things at the board and
Yeah,
like
yeah.
say, "Oh, okay, sure." Like it felt like they intentionally just decided to plan this out.
This is the
Like,
board.
we were going back and looking over stuff from the first season, and there was like logos on the golf balls for like brands that would like come
Yep.
back in the second season.
Yep.
And Bobby was trying not to give the show credit for it. Like they knew what they were doing.
Not like this.
I feel like
Mm-hmm.
they did the smart writer thing of like we did a bunch of stuff flippantly at the beginning and we decided to tie up all the loose ends.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to think that they planned all of the things that happened, but I mean they did a damn good job of hiding it.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely a roller coaster of a show. Like really, it's so unpredictable. Like I just don't. I was just like
We were getting into like Demon Slayer territory with like water techniques. I was like, I thought they couldn't do anything else with like Eve's powers, and then they like did the water skip stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're someone who like doesn't know, because apparently that's a real golf
It
thing
is.
that people do.
It is, yeah.
And like, if you just don't know anything about golf, man, does this you think it's anime? It's turns out it's more real than people realize.
Yeah, that's crazy. They use like some of the things that seem unbelievable in real life, and they put it into this medium, and you're like, from most people's initial reactions will be like, "What the fuck is this?" And then you come to realize like, oh, like that's actually happened. Like there's a somehow
real?
Somehow this is less absurd than what I've been watching for 2 seasons at this point. Like this, this is just
I'm also
insanity.
very thankful that the all the girls from the opening ended up showing
Oh
up,
yeah, yeah,
actually.
true.
Like in season 1, when you watch the opening, you're just like, and you get to the end of season 1, you're just like, literally, you watch the opening and it's like, who are half of these people?
Yeah.
See, like it was planned. It was planned from the start. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know if they originally like had everything already sorted and they decided to split the seasons for whatever. Because wasn't it delayed? Like wasn't there a delay on one of the seasons or something like that? I can't remember.
Season 2 got delayed by like a season, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just.
No, yeah, because it was originally slated for January. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be winter. Yeah. Yeah, that's bro. This show is so funny. I just can't stress that enough. It is like.
It's a zone.
Yeah, it's just a lot. Like it's like what I would use to describe it. It's just like this is like a lot here. There's a lot going on.
This is like not exactly the sports anime experience.
No.
Like this is like for people who have seen enough sports anime to just be able to be like this is for like the this is for people who like if you watch this show, you accept what it is and you just kind of don't care. Like if you're at that phase where you're just like, yeah, I do like sports shows, I will watch this one about golf. It's like you don't really care whether or not this show is like standalone, like is it good or not. You care about the fact that it takes like the purest like concentrated nonsense into like a vial and you just down it like right here right now, and it's just like, dang, like yeah, I do accept that this gray sludge has all of the nutrients that I need for a day. Like this is art in itself somehow.
I mean, I'm glad that we that we watched this show. I will at least say that. I think that I don't know if I'll get something like this ever again. So, I value the unique experience for sure. I don't think that there'll be more. I don't think so, based on the way things kind of
Maybe we'll
went.
get a movie.
Like maybe. Oh, that would be insanity, bro. Can you imagine Birdie Wing on a movie budget?
Imagine, going to a theater to watch Birdie Wing.
Dylan will actually be the
we would have to. We would have to. Like
Procedurally generated golf courses have never.
yeah.
been so
I mean,
good.
bro, that really was like a crazy part of S1 that was just like, bro, why did this look so good? Looking back, like
Why did they?
why
Why did they put the alien scene into
right?
Birdie Wing?
What the fuck is going on here? It's like actually insane, but yeah, Birdie Wing, just it's Birdie Wing. There's
Like,
Become its own thing at
us
this
talking
point.
about
Yeah,
it
it's
will
facts.
not do any sort
That's
of
facts.
justice.
You have
for
to
how,
watch it,
like,
yeah.
obscenely wild it is.
You had to be there. It's like one of those shows. Like you had to be there to really understand why, even after it is all said and done, I still find myself a little flabbergasted at this show existing. But I'm glad that it does. I'm not mad at it.
I like how when the
This is a
trailer first
theater.
came out.
What'd you say?
When the trailer first came
The
out, I
trailer.
was just like, "Oh, this is just lewd golf." Okay, whatever.
No,
Wow.
Nah, definitely not that.
It's
That's what I thought it was gonna be. I was
I like
"Oh,
legitimately can't believe I almost dropped this after the first episode.
We did not know what was in store, bro. I don't blame you. It'd be like that.
I watched the first episode. I felt the spark. I was like, "There's something here."
Yeah, I watched
Yeah,
it
that
one and I was
second
like,
episode.
all right, bro. I don't know how this is gonna be, but I have to see where it goes, bro. At this point, like, what is
Now,
going
at
on?
second episode, the
Second
multi-tournament conditioning.
It exists, bro. It exists. It's real.
There's a difference between this time and the last time. There's no branch there this time.
There. All right, Birdie Wing movie win. That is where we're at on that. It would be hilarious if it got more. Like I would legit. That would be hilarious. But
All right. it's
Wow.
oh
time.
boy,
Oh, great.
oh boy.
It's time.
Comatose.
Blue Say. This was the worst.
Okay.
Demon Slayer.
Okay,
This
which
was
one
by
it?
far the worst Demon Slayer.
This is this one, right?
All
Yeah.
Okay.
like not
Okay.
only was it like the same old stuff, and the mangaka just refuses to try different things or maybe iterate on like characters a bit more. It's just like what they were trying to work with. It was still thoroughly uninteresting. So
Alright, so
it was
let
a
me-
slog to get through.
Let me give my uninformed perspective. I did not watch this. I watched the first episode, got so mad at what I saw, I stopped watching. But let me explain what I have heard, right? So I've heard from some unbased anime opinion havers that Demon Slayer Season 2 and Vinland Saga Season 2 are two sides of the same coin where they focus more on characters. The difference is Vinland Saga has legs to stand on in that regard, and Demon Slayer actually just falters because it had no foundation for that whatsoever. And the only redeeming quality of the show is not as relevant as it once was because there is
Oh,
less
God.
flashy fighting or something like that. I have no idea. From what I understand as an outside perspective haver, like watching other people watch the show and then saying bad word about show, I'm like, so you're telling me that Demon Slayer, for the first time in its life, is trying to have character development, but it's already too late. It can't.
Okay, so like the last two seasons of Demon Slayer, or last two things of content, so Mugen Train and then Entertainment District, it had like a thing that you went through where you followed a Hashira alongside our main group, Rengoku and then Tengen. And Tengen and Rengoku are both cool. I don't particularly call them great. They're just cool for the sake of being cool. I'd say Rengoku is pretty good in general, like as a character.
Mhm.
And Tengen's just like sick to watch because he's fucking cool. And then now we have two Hashira. Mitsuri, who's just like fan service bait.
The biggest jobber of the season.
And then
Absolute jobber. She showed up for 2 episodes, disappeared for another 5, and then just said, "Hey guys, oh sorry, I'm late."
Sorry.
Unbelievable.
And then Muichiro, who's the mist dude, who was really boring, but he was kind of funny at times. But like that was like 1 episode, honestly, it was funny.
Okay.
And then you have Genya, the brother of that other Hashira, who showed up or who was around for a little bit. So he's not a Hashira, but he was, I guess, someone who was included in it. And these 3 people, mostly the 2 Hashira, are guilty of this, were nowhere near as interesting or entertaining as the previous 2.
Oh, okay.
The way like this show has been like kind of going is like okay, we have a bunch of Hashira. You're gonna get one of them every season, and they're just gonna be cool and like whatever. They might become a casualty, they might die. Who knows what the fuck? But they're gonna be cool to watch. And in this one, they were not cool to watch. So that didn't help because then you had to fall back on fucking Tanjiro, and we know he's not cool to watch.
It was also like it was also like not to its strength that like they pretty much like had Mitsuri as like the poster girl of this season. Like, oh my god, we're going to see like the pretty girl Hashira like finally do something, and then she like doesn't come in until like the last like 4 maybe episodes.
Well, she's in the first episode. She's just naked in it.
She was in the first episode, but she didn't do anything. And then like you said, we had to focus on like the Mist guy who was very uninteresting, and this kind of like leads us into like the flaws in Demon Slayer's writing that have persisted like since its inception. Like, we're not gonna mince words. Like, it's just like very funny to me that like I think Demon Slayer has had like these particular writing flaws since it's like I said, since the beginning, but people are just now starting to notice them just because there's more of it. But the way that this series like handles its like character writing and it's like visualizing its character development is that they will introduce you to a character. They will be wholly uninteresting. They may have like one like personality trait to like latch onto, and they're good at fighting, and that's basically it. And then once like things like start to like ramp up where they're actually like fighting like the demons and like like the upper like 6 demons, which are also like you might want to chime in. You might want to chime in for this. Like they suck. The upper like 6, and besides like Asuka. Was that his name?
That was number 3.
Yeah, like besides that guy, all these like upper 6 demons fucking suck. They lose to like not Hashira demon slayers. And
Jobbers, if you will.
yeah, they suck as villains.
Yeah. So, wait, are you done, Jeffrey? Sorry.
No, I wasn't done. But that was just like an anger-filled tangent.
Okay, so like the thing is, they introduced these upper demons to us. And it's like, okay, these guys are a big deal. Cool, got it. But then most of them have been presented to us as gimmicks. They're not like good. So, like the last season, it was like one of them, the sister, Daki, I think her name was. She actually was like not that good. It was just her brother who did everything. So they were like a tandem. So that's why they shared one number. So it's like, okay, cool. Their gimmick is that you literally have to kill both of them or else it doesn't fucking work. And this one is like, okay, it's the same thing, except now there's 4 of them. I was like, why? And then what I got mad about is that in the first episode, or maybe the second, I don't know, we were told you kill demons by beheading them. And that has just not been the case for half of the show now. And I don't like that. I don't like being told this is how you win. This is like, you are a monster and this monster dies this way. It's like being told that the vampire does not die with like insert whatever way vampire dies in that piece of media, because there's like 3 or 4 different ways.
Yeah.
It's like it's just being told it doesn't work that way anymore. I don't like that.
You see, the demon slayers were simply led to believe that beheading a demon was the surefire way of killing it, and maybe they're just like now realizing that that's not true. Although I'm not going to give Demon Slayer like the benefit of the doubt at all. Anyways, like continuing my thought from earlier from like the character writing perspective. So like when things like start to like ramp up, like when they're actually fighting the demons, they will present you with a flashback of the character in focus. Whether it's like it's usually the Hashira that is currently the focus. In this case, it's like Muichiro. And then they'll like spend like almost an entire episode's worth of content on this like backstory that really doesn't say much about what's going on or or like why they're fighting or whatnot, or it's like it's incredibly shallow, and this is extremely like backwards because like first of all they don't give you anything to latch onto the characters to begin with, so like why would you be like emotionally attached like when you're actually like getting stuff? It's like I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me. I feel like you would need at least something to like make the character like stand out in your mind, and then like the stuff afterwards just makes it better.
Mm-hmm.
That is not the case here with Demon Slayer. It's very just like wow, like I had like brother died from Demon. I hate Demon. I kill Demon, and here we are, present day.
The thing is, that was also Genya's
God.
backstory.
Yes, exactly. Like it's the same thing for everybody, and like they spend so much time on this. I'm like, we're literally fast forwarding this. I cannot take this right now. Like Dylan like had me like implement the speed modifier for like browser videos to get through some of these episodes, and I don't do that usually, but I'm like, it must be done, bro. When there's a flashback, 10 times speed. Let's go.
Oh no.
But
No, keep going. Sorry.
no, I'm pretty much done. I'm just like saying like Demon Slayer has always had this problem. I think now with this season, people are like the people who said they enjoyed Demon Slayer are finally starting to realize like the flaws that it's always had with its writing. Like, man, they really did reuse this backstory over and over again, and they really did place it in the same exact spot where the person is like about to like suffer like a fatal blow. Supposedly, and then they live because somehow like thinking back to like their tragic backstory gave them the power to like somehow not die and succeed at fighting this demon. It's not good. It sucks, actually. I would say it's like not even like average. It is below that. It's bad.
It's mediocre.
Yep. That's how I feel. So.
Another thing that made me like really mad about the show was like, so Genya, who's like the brother of one of the Hashira, like the angry guy. They just like introduced to us, and they kind of told us like, okay, he can't do like the total breathing whatever stuff. Like he doesn't have any, which they told us earlier in the series that if you can't do this, you suck. Basically, you cannot like be useful in like combat against like high level demons. But he's still useful for some reason. He was able to hold his own against these upper ranks. I was like, how the fuck are we doing this?
Yeah,
and I mean,
he had a
granted,
fucking
he does have a
shot.
gimmick. He does have a gimmick. He has his fucking shotgun is strong against demons for a reason that I'm not gonna get into, but like that's still dumb. Like you still told us that if you can't do this, you're useless pretty much in combat. And then one nice thing is that like so shonen power scaling garbage blah blah blah. Akaza, like I mentioned earlier, is like the number 3. They did in the first episode. They did kind of show us like that the gap between 3 and then like 2 and 1 is like they implied it was like massive. It's like holy shit, if Akaza is the only one that we've seen be like insane in like combat, and once we get to that point, they're gonna be fucking crazy. I don't know who the fuck's gonna fight him because it doesn't seem like anyone's strong enough to do it. But
they're fucked, is what you're saying.
But yeah, like this season, like in my eyes at least, was like it was pretty much like an undeniable failure. Like and everything that wasn't like maybe like the audio visuals, and I do want to like give credit to that because like I don't want to like disrespect like the immense effort that Ufotable like
of course not. Of course
part of anime.
Yeah.
That's something that should always like be appreciated and like as very like innovative, and to show like what peaks of like audiovisual fidelity like can be most of the time.
It was the only thing that kept me engaged for like the season.
It was. I think a lot of people like saw with this season that it wasn't enough to carry the experience.
also didn't
like,
peak quite as high, which is I mean,
Yeah.
No.
They had
feel
to
that.
they had to spend 20. They spent so much animation and like all this extra shit on like an extra 20 minutes for like the first episode, which really amounted to nothing except us learning about like a little bit more about the upper 6 and that the main villain's a whiny little bitch.
A lot of the shit in the first episode looked cool, but it wasn't even combat.
It
I was
looked
like,
cool.
holy shit.
It
The
was
rest of this-
cool, but it was so wholly unnecessary. Like those 20 minutes were completely unnecessary. Like you
It
could
was a tech demo.
remove 20 minutes and nothing about the show would have changed.
that like first episode just, I mean, I said it earlier, it just made me so mad that I just like stopped watching. Cuz like the fidelity is so high, you know, like UFO Table is like putting in so much work, but like for some reason to me, like the direction was just terrible. Like I just couldn't believe what was going on. There was like that thing that happened where it's like, oh, like someone's falling and then the one noise doom plays and I'm like, okay. And then he continues falling, like it changes scenes from a different angle and it's like boom again and I'm like, okay. Titles card, boom. I'm like, cool. And then they start introducing characters. Introduces a character and it goes boom. I'm like, what? And then they like cut to like, who is it? Like fucking, it's not, his name is not Muzan? Muzan?
Michael Jackson.
Yeah, Michael
Muzan.
Jackson. Dude, it cuts to him.
Mikey X.
It cuts to him like, I don't even know, like he slams the table, boom, okay. And then there's a flower. It cuts to a flower and the flower gets a boom. I'm like, why? A door opens, boom. I'm like, why are they doing this? What gets worse is that they try to give you fucking motion sickness in the middle of all the introductions of the characters. They just swing the camera around like crazy. Like they just have it on a string and they're just fucking spinning around with this camera on the string. And I'm like, why are you doing this? What is the purpose of like what is going on here? Like, is there a reason that they're going, like, are they just bored? There's just nothing going on, so they're trying to entertain us visually somehow with this? I'm like, dude, it just made me angry.
A lot of that like roundtable discussion that like the upper demons were having, it was like cool looking. Like the whole swinging around the room thing, it looked pretty cool. It's like, oh shit. But like, you know, it wasn't, I don't think it accomplished too much.
They saw what Gohan's was doing. They're like, we gotta try that, bro. That shit looks.
No.
We gotta try that, bro.
I saw UFO Table and be like, "Oh, you're trying to one up us?
Yeah.
We've been doing
Oh.
camera spin since like the early like 2010s.
A challenge, is it? Is
We need more camera.
It do be like
You
that.
know, I don't want to keep piling on, but
Yeah.
like
No, do it.
we did not even talk about the worst part of the season. And it absolutely, without a doubt in my mind, was the last episode.
Was the last episode?
Okay.
It was a 50-minute bonanza
Oh
of like
boy.
we get a little bit of Muzan background, we get a little bit of like the emotion guys backgrounds. Like, all right, whatever, I don't care. Like we 10 times speeded,
way.
we sped through it because
10
it won't
we-
matter, right? Like they're dead
Go-
in like the next 5
Going
seconds.
into the last episode, like me and Dylan were like, okay, we're gonna make an agreement here. We see a flashback. It's gonna be like for the demon. We know this. We're 10 times speeding that because this is like an hour-long episode. We're going like we got through that in like the normal episode's like time in like 20 minutes. It was crazy.
Oh no.
I'm gonna say it. I think Nezuko is the worst part of the show.
Hmm.
There you go.
She truly is. Like, so I don't want to spoil this. There's something very significant
Just do it.
happens
Who
with her.
hasn't seen Demon Slayer? Raise your hand.
I mean,
Something
I didn't see this
Who cares?
season, but
Season.
yeah, it's me.
Who cares about Demon Slayer? Raise your hand.
something very
That's a good-
significant happens for Nezuko at the end of the season, and it's like supposed to be this like emotionally cathartic moment for like a bunch of these characters
Mhm.
and like Tanjiro and Nezuko, and it's like at no point does this show make you care. Like it tries to make you care. It does all the like emotional, like all the production things, right, to like try and make you care. You know, real somber, not somber, like the type of music you get with like these types of like more sappy types of
Mhm.
moments, but it just fails and falls flat on its face because like Nezuko is just not, she's not a real character. She's a glorified mascot at this point.
Yes, she's always has been.
Yeah, I mean, she never fucking got any character development. No, never. Like,
You know, and like it, like, you know, like she hasn't spoken more than like, I don't know, like 25 lines
The only-
in the
the only
entirety
times
of the
we
show, but
heard
that's
her,
like not an excuse. Like
yeah.
there are a bunch of like, there's like all this media with like, where you can, you know, characterize and convey like a person's personality through, you know, motion, facial expressions, and like subtle, you know, like subtle acting, like a silent voice, like.
Yeah, audio
And it's
visual
just
storytelling.
bro,
It's just
wait.
not present with Nezuko, and it like, you know, for them to try and like, you know, put this like I guess triumphant moment for her at the end of the season, it just felt really cheap. And dull and not great.
There are fantastic characters that never speak a single word out there.
Yeah.
Bro, Abyss 2, Ma did not say anything aside from Ma the entire time. Great character.
Awesome.
Great character. So I'm not giving Nezuko any leeway. Fuck that, bro. Got me fucked up.
Like last episode, like was basically like something happened. They're just like, oh my god, Nezuko is the chosen one, and that's it. For what reason? To what end?
In the same and kind of similar to what I said about beheading is not killing anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Same ballpark. Oh, you lied to us. Okay,
you
thanks.
lied.
We were told that demon do not do this thing and under this condition, and then demon somehow do this thing under this condition, and we're like, amazing.
I cheated.
Yeah.
There's like two main ways that we get like backstories in Demon Slayer. One is like you become a Demon Slayer because someone in your family died. Understandable. I got that. But we already know this. We already know that like someone in your family was killed by a demon. We already know this. So it's like kind of like we don't need to go through the flashbacks, and if we do, it can be pretty quick because we kind of get the idea already.
Yeah.
Like,
Everyone already
like
understands.
Requisite for becoming a Demon Slayer.
Yeah,
which is understandable.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one is you're a demon who's about to die, and you know now we gotta know why.
Yeah. Well, what was wrong with you? What happened? Let us know.
All right, I think we got
yeah.
this. So
I think
this was like it was still cool to like look at like sometimes, but you know I think this one was just noticeably worse than the other ones because some of the other Demon Slayer content, even though it was like kind of like cookie cutter, it was like I mean it was fine. It was like
Yeah,
I heard somebody say
cookies are fine.
somebody told me that Train was the peak of the manga and like the series overall, and I like firmly believe that at this point.
Interesting.
I believe that. Well,
Yeah,
I think Train was pretty good as a
I think
standalone
it was good.
experience.
Like, it's straight up like a good
It was
stuff.
just a movie. It was a solid movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that the second season was like, I mean, it started off a little bit like slow, but like I think Tengen is like cool enough to carry the shit, and he did.
Mm-hmm. I see.
It was just
Well-
nothing, bro.
Yeah.
Popcorn material is only good when it doesn't burn your popcorn.
Oh wow.
Uh,
How
Look, there are
profound.
more Hashira, and I'm sure some of them are cool. So we should still get something that's good.
anyways,
We're left with mostly good stuff. Or what? It's just,
I think those were the. I think we only had really 200 that we were going to speak negatively of. Ah, dude.
Ah, what a great show.
Hitor. Oh, dude, The Witch from Mercury, second season.
Man,
Oh boy.
there's a lot. There's a lot to this season. They did a lot of things so correctly. This particular season, it definitely seems like they did a really good job using season 1 as like the springboard. Like now that one season has passed and we've been introduced to like most of the characters of interest, and we get inclinations as to their motivations and how they like to actually interact with each other, what motivates them and whatnot, which by the way I think they've always done really, really well. I think that's one thing that this series always does well, is like even the characters that aren't necessarily the most major, like it still feels like they're characters and do actually play a part in everything that's going on. And I think that's something to commend, because there are a lot of characters in this series. Like honestly, there's a lot of characters, there's a lot of names, and at no point that I feel like, oh my god, like they introduced this character and then we never saw them again. Like it felt like everyone was actually still there the whole time. So that in and of itself is already impressive. But man, they really piled on the themes in season 2. Like it was like in some ways just completely heart-wrenching. Like it's crazy. Like yeah, really
I was literally like in shambles like multiple times like watching this season, and like you said, I think like a lot of like it's like thematic values and identity like really came into its own in this season. Not that the first season didn't do that, but it was like it's kind of like that setting the stage type of season. And then at its like last arc, like it was very haunting. The last like 2-3 episodes of the first season and leading into what became this season, like just like the tonal shift that derived from that was like it was like there was so much dread involved with that. And I think that it really like painted a new picture for all the characters that were involved, like, you know, significantly with like what was going on. So like, you know, obviously like Suletta and Miorine are like the main focus of them. Is like I guess just to like set the stage, like, because like there's a lot that goes into this particular series, like Witch from Mercury.
Yeah.
Is that like externally it's like a very like outspoken and like progressive entry in what is like one of like the longest established franchises in anime history, like being Gundam.
No.
And like it is like it does carry a very like powerful message of like finding happiness in like and freedom in a world that like does everything to like stifle those efforts. And like that type of message is like profoundly real to some people, you know, because it feels like, you know, our world is like very against us like being successful or like being happy. It's just like obstacle after obstacle, sometimes like very unjustified, like, you know, based on like who you are, or where you came from, or what you believe in, type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like the progression of like this season is, I don't know, it's really like heartfelt to say, like, you know, these types of people who are like very marginalized for one reason or another, like do have a chance at like finding this happiness and freedom. I think that it's very powerful, and I resonate with that a lot. And you know, speaking more on like the characters, like, you know, in this season, like, you know, without spoiling anything, because I do want people to like watch this, you know, without anything like, you know, ruining their experience. But like, you know, Suletta like slowly like loses like her grip on the things that like she found like made her like truly happy, when she didn't really like know what happiness was like before like coming to like the school. And man, like that like kind of like downward spiral was just like, oh my god. I like certain like scenes like really like echo in my head when things were like just like taken away from her.
Mm-hmm.
And under the guise of like, this is for the best, you know. This is like what certain individuals and like the world at large has like deemed like this is like what is going to make you happy, or like this is what's going to give you like true freedom, you know. It's like the illusion of freedom kind of thing, where you could do like pretty much whatever you want, but the thing that you want is literally the thing you lost, type of thing. And I really felt something from that. And like, you know, Miorine on the side of things, where like she takes on like an astronomical amount of like responsibilities in regards to like running a company and dealing with like the affairs like with Earth and like the
like
station.
Heavy politics.
She handled like the politics side of things, and she has to like give up so much herself in order to like achieve like what she believes is like you know, the best course for the world, like with like what responsibility she has. And she realizes that the things she sacrifices are the things that gave her like that sense of happiness and fulfillment, and it eventually like eats away at her. That like, you know, without these things, it's like she starts to crumble. And I'm like, bro, that is it's heart-wrenching, you know. And like the list can go on. We could talk about like Ghoul, and we can talk about
there's
like
a lot of really great character developments.
About Shadik, like every one of these characters like has like their own story of like similar like magnitude, like just trying to exist within this world that is just like extremely soul crushing. But you know, in the interest of time, we'll like not like go too deep into it, but just like know that like that's the type of like message that this series and like this season in particular is really like trying to push to the forefront. And it's really something spectacular. Like I said, like coming from a Gundam series that is like has existed in many different eras of like anime and like, you know, social norms, like as they've evolved over the years, like not even just in Japan but the entire world. And it was just like, it's just nice to see something that is just this openly progressive and like unapologetic. With, you know, and I've heard a lot of different takes about like this series, like a lot of them like good, obviously, because like this series,
I've seen some bad too, though. I have.
Yeah. The type of people who like relate to the show, like I do like want to like highlight, because like, you know, obviously like the main characters, like they're part of like, you know, an arranged marriage, but that eventually like develops into like a genuine like, you know, lesbian relationship. And which is confirmed, by the way, like at recent news. So like the voice actors like Kana Ichinose and Lin, like they have like this like little like radio show that they do for the like after like each of the episodes, like when it was airing.
Yep.
And like by the end, like Kana Ichinose, I believe, like said like, yeah, no, they're married. And because like a lot of people were like, oh, like are they? It was kind of like vague or something. I'm like, no. And they just straight up said it. And so they're not shying away with like what this series like really like wanted to do with its characters and like what they wanted them to like represent, and you know the type of people they wanted these characters to like inspire and encourage, you know, dealing with like similar struggles.
Very
being
brave,
marginalized.
very brave from the writers to take that risk. I think because I do think it is a risk, not in and of itself. I mean, obviously it will be a risk because some people like to make things controversial that really shouldn't be controversial. But I think the more important part of it is that like Gundam is very much a legacy series, right? Like it's just been around. It's been around for so long. And so like people have grown up with Gundam, and they've come to identify like, you know, its identity, like what does it stand for, what values does it bring to the table. And so for them to go out of their way and still stick to that more progressive side of storytelling and characters and whatnot, I think is really impressive for them to take that risk and also create a show that really was quite good. It didn't feel forced in any way, and I think that's also something that's important to people. I don't think anyone wants them to put certain things in for the sake of doing them, but it really feels like, you know, the characters have to be the way that they are because that's them. Like that is them in and of themselves. They're not being forced to be this way. They're actually just written well, it turns out, and they just also happen to be lesbians, and that's fine because that happens. It just turns out that that's just like part of being human, and so like I think that's definitely a really important part of it. And man, like it just, I can't stress enough like how much each one of not only the main characters but most of the supporting characters really had their time to shine. I'm really impressed by Prospera in general. I think that character is just absolutely incredible. Like maybe one of the best characters I've ever seen written in a show. Like it's really good. Like I think she's a great character. And like
Prospera did nothing wrong.
it really be like that, and like
me,
you know,
and Dylan were like going back and forth because like I was like, you know, early phases of like, you know, when we saw like Prospera like being like extremely like, you know, manipulative, and we as the audience can see like what she is like doing like behind the scenes in order to like move all the pieces to like where they need to be in order for, you know, her goals to be met, and you know. And I'm like, this is really like, what's the word? What's the?
What are you looking for?
I can't think of the word. It's like active, proactive. I don't know.
Proactive.
That's okay. Like you know, like taking very extreme measures, so to speak.
Oh! I see what you're getting.
You know, rather than just like trying to like talk things out. Drastic or something. It's very complicated, this character. It's like words can't really like help like describe like the true like extent of like what we feel about Prospera's whole deal. But like I was like, is she like a redeemable like, you know, character in this world? And Dylan was like, yes, all the way. And I'm like, I'm starting to, and then I definitely started to feel it like as the series progressed. I'm like, yeah, this is pretty awesome.
She reminds me.
The prologue really helps out with like, I think.
Yeah, for sure. If you watch that prologue, you kind of understand like where she came from.
She reminds me of Bondrewd, bro. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know why, but like the measures that she takes throughout this entire thing, like I think from the outside looking in, is like, man, this is horrible. And in some ways, it is horrible. It's like, wow, this is really fucked up. But the overarching sentiment of the character at the end of the day, like was something that I think a lot of people will feel is very noble and very valued, to the point where a lot of people will look at her character, and if they put themselves in that situation, they'd be like, damn, I might actually take that route too if I was put there. And I think that's the marking of a properly written antag. Like, that's something that is really valuable to me in particular when we talk about shows. Like, if we're going to introduce a character that our main characters are going to be going against, a lot of the time some people think it has to be straight up cut and dry good and evil, but I actually think that's way less interesting than characters that have complex motivations and really make you think about, like, man, was she really in the wrong this whole time? Like, she might not been as wrong as you may have thought originally, right? Like that.
Thinking like that thought alone, I think you've written like a good villain. Like, if you are even like comprehending, like, man, like, there's like a legit like perspective that you can adopt. That like the things that she did like are somewhat justified, or at least like understandable. I can get behind like the rationale of why she would like take this route amongst like the the other paths forward, because like like all of the characters are like trying to like find like their place in this very like brutal world. Characters like Shadiq are in a very like similar boat where like he has to do this, like, because like he like, I know we're like jumping like between characters now, but like Shadiq like felt like he had to like do what he did in terms of like the uprising and like the rebellion, because nobody, and he had to gain influence in order to make a change, and nobody was going to hand him that influence even if he earned it legitimately because of where he came from. Like, that's the type of world that he lives in, so he knows that this is the way forward, and he doesn't regret that at all. Like, even after like his efforts are quelled and he's like reprimanded, and he still stands by like what he did. It was like the only thing. It was the only way, because he wasn't going to get that influence any other way.
Agreed.
I think that's really cool for his character.
Yeah.
And like, we just talk about the characters all day long,
bro. I mean, I really think that's the shining point. Like, it is crazy. It's like insane how strong of a cast they created, and made them all relevant. Yeah, like they're.
Let's go, Bob.
extremely.
Not you, Bobby. Like, you're cool. You're cool, Bobby. But like,
I'm no Bob. Sorry.
I also
Ghoul's alias for some of the show.
I wanted one a completely unrelated bit of praise I want to give the show is that Witch from Mercury has like pretty much like a cinematic level of OST associated with it.
Oh god.
It is like, it's crazy. Like, I'm listening to some of the tracks during some of the scenes and I'm like, this sounds like it's out of like a blockbuster movie. Like, legitimately. I was like, wow, this is nuts. It's like it's like a really crazy experience to be in, but it really was impressive to me the whole way through.
I saw something like insane, like in the last like few episodes when like the main like conflict was like coming to like an end, and like obviously like they went ham with the animation, that like some Ufotable staff actually were like brought on to the team, which is like rare, because Ufotable is not really like an outsourced studio like in any regard. Like, most of their like all their stuff is done in-house, and like they kind of like take pride in like they are the studio that like does everything like themselves type of thing. So it was really rare to see something like that on a show like this. But all the power to it. Like, it looked and sounded fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, all points in the show, but especially like during like these peaks, like near the end.
Yeah, and it's a full animated, like it's full hand animated series, and that's rare on a mech show. There's not many mech shows that don't use any CG, and this show just like, it just looks incredible the entire time. Like, it just never looks bad. It never sounds bad. It's like just sick. Just sick to be around in general. But got this fucking link, Bobby. We go ahead and pull this up. It really be like that, bro. Fuck Bandai, bro. I stand by it, bro.
Dude, Gundam, like Witch from Mercury, like consistently had the best memes week to week after each episode.
It did.
Like, I was literally dying, like, from what people were coming up with. Like, it was insane.
Yeah,
Hilarious. The Ghoul Yuru Camp era certainly was something else.
The
Was
one
just-
was
The
was
seasonal
just
anime
undefeated.
meme review. Where's the seasonal anime meme review, eh?
Dude, maybe we should do that one time. We'll gather up all the best ones. But unfortunately, Gundam is over, so maybe they'll go down in quality. I don't know. Like,
Oh man.
one thing I want to highlight about the show as well, and something that I think really like contributed to like why it hit home for a lot of people, is that like the visual, like the reoccurring like visual motifs in the show were like very, very strong.
Yep.
And just like a few examples of like to illustrate like what I mean by that is that like say like the greenhouse that Yorine like maintains and takes care of, and eventually like Suletta takes on some of those responsibility as well. It's like this place where like, you know, it's like their safe haven from like the world that is like so cruel to like everybody for no good fucking reason, and where they can like really like have like the most you know, pivotal like heart-to-hearts like between those two as like characters. And where they feel like this like sense of like, you know, genuineness and like sincerity that is like not found anywhere else. And the tomatoes as well, like every scene where they focus on like the tomatoes that they were growing, like kind of represent like the kind of like the fruitful and like organic nature that their relationship has throughout most of the show. And there's like one scene where like Suletta is like framed with like a very
the reflections.
yeah, with a very like unripe tomato.
Yeah.
Yeah, unripe tomato, where like it kind of shows that like, you know, she is still very like juvenile and like how she like approaches certain things. Like she's still listening to like Prospera and like what the world has laid out for her, because that's what she's been like conditioned to think is the correct path forward, like always, without like unconditionally. And Miyone, yeah. Was it?
No, it's like that one episode like that took place in the greenhouse. I think it was like about episode 8 or 7 or 8, like with the cinematography with like the
Yeah, dude.
the distance.
Oh,
I don't know. The distance between the two. I guess like the greenness of like the tomatoes too, like you had mentioned.
yeah, it's just like the visual storytelling in the show is actually like top notch. Like I'm not gonna say like consistently, because like a lot of it is like, you know, in like political rooms or something, and like, you know, them like discussing like, you know, what the next move is. But like these like very like standout moments like just like make the show for me. It's like the cherry on top that brings everything together. Like I don't know how much I want to talk about this because it is a spoiler.
Yeah, don't want to go too much, but
there are a lot of not specifically. There are a lot of scenes where like Suletta is like reaching out her hand to somebody. There's a scene in that at the end of the first season, and I'm not going to exactly explain what that is. But, you know, it kind of like sets the tone of like, oh, like the series is really like going to go to like really, really dark places, and Suletta is like kind of going to be like the sheep that like gets sacrificed for a lot of things, because she's, you know, she's very juvenile, and very like innocent. And like that type of same like gesture of like Suletta like reaching out her hand like comes back in this season, but it's done so in ways that are like just much more heartfelt, and like, you know, it is in scenes where I feel like in tune with like what the show is like trying to say, because like at the end of the day, like there is a lot of terrorism in this show, a lot of like drastic measures, as we said, for certain characters to think that this is the only way we can make a change happen for the world and for us, and like what the world has like done to kind of suppress us and suppress our idea of like happiness and freedom. But this show, like with these visual motifs, say like, you know, that is not the answer, and like the answer is like the image of like Suletta's like pure kindness and like her outreaching hand, and these like small like silly kind of wishes that she has just on the day-to-day. Like he's like she keeps this like little wish list where like, oh, I want to like make my friends laugh at a joke, or I want to like, you know, give something to my friend or my fiance to make her happy. And it's like it's these like small acts of kindness and these like small wishes, and like, you know, the idea that like she can have like an unapologetically like cute and dorky like lesbian relationship that is what G-Witch is, and like that is the way forward, and not any of this like terrorism stuff. Like that is how you achieve like that true sense of happiness and freedom that the characters have all been looking for. And I think that is extremely powerful and something that a lot of people like praised the series for and like profoundly resonated with by its conclusion. And so it was a spectacular show. I would name it like the best show of the season personally in my eyes. I don't know how you
definitely in the
guys feel about
conversation.
that. Yeah.
Top 3 for sure.
Yeah, I definitely have it in the conversation when we talk about the best shows from it. So, definitely a pleasure to watch through and through. Definitely very happy that this series exists. Very glad to have given it a chance, despite being, Gundam. I think a lot of people will kind of have that barrier of entry when it gets like Gundam. It's been around for a long time. It's also a mech show, kind of puts people off, but.
Maybe Witch Mercury will turn some Gundam fans into anime.
It's definitely it's definitely still not for everybody. I would
say,
in that regard, but I think if you're looking for something that is like a lot of people, I think a lot of people complain like, oh, like things like are not like, or media is like not representative of like current social values and like being very progressive in a way that doesn't feel like it's being force fed to you. And I think Witch from Mercury is definitely one that conveys like progressiveness while still feeling like organic and genuine about it. So,
Sick show.
Awesome.
Amazing. Incredible.
Sick OP.
I mean, the ED. The ED is fucking crazy.
Oh my god, the ED. I forgot to talk about the ED. Oh my god.
Wow.
All right. Yamada-kun.
Now for something completely different.
Level 999.
There it is.
Jesus Christ.
Alrighty.
Oh,
This
man.
show's cute.
This show's cool.
I mean,
The end. Next.
That's so.
No.
Yeah, no.
It did a decent job at filling a void I didn't realize I had.
Okay.
Where it was like Chihaya Furu is gone, but a lot of I think, who is it on the staff that is like the same? Is it just the director?
It's the director and the character designer.
Okay.
Yeah, they fill the void of the Chihaya Furu leaving my life that I missed. I kind of want more now. Where is it?
He's like, I need it.
It's right here, bro.
He's like, I need it. Where did it go?
Yes. Speaking more on that, so like the relationships that, or like the relations we draw to like Chihaya Furu is that like the type of like a visual identity that this show really has. Like it is like very much like golden age like Madhouse, where you can have like seemingly like very simple character designs, but they're extremely like flexible in that like they could just like turn into like whatever at any given moment, and it'll like serve to like enhance like the comedic aspects of the show in a very like charming manner. We talked about this earlier where like during like Magus Bride, and I guess we forgot to mention it during Demon Slayer, but like doing this type of like very like drastic like shifts in animation can sometimes like be very difficult, a lot of the times actually.
Yeah.
Because it feels like you could just be like jumping all over the place and like make the experience like not very like coherent. But this show like really is able to nail that aspect where it feels that like most of the show like takes place in these like very like funny, spontaneous like animation sequences that they have with the characters. Which is very, very, very cool, and a charm that is like not easy to replicate, but in this case, I guess it was because wow, these people have been doing it for so many years, and are able to like bring that same amount of effort and passion to this type of show.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool points about this show. First, like I really like Inori in this VA role. Especially it's definitely different than the norm, because Inori is usually doing like it tends to be like younger characters. Exactly. And so like this was like definitely a far more mature role for her. And I think like the way that she approached the voice acting really lended a lot to Akane's character throughout it. I was like very, very pleased with how she played the role. I also really think it's interesting, like thematically, like it's super interesting because, like, you know, Akane, she starts off like going through a breakup, right? And I feel like that's something that isn't necessarily like portrayed all that much when it comes to like rom-coms as a starting point. Like, okay, this person is like literally like at before our eyes going through a breakup. And so like with that comes like a lot of emotional vulnerability, and just kind of sometimes just the feeling of being lost and not really knowing you know, where you're gonna go next. Like you felt like you had everything all planned out for you, and now you don't. And so, like, you know, sometimes you act very childishly in response. Like you try to get back at them. You try to, you know, show yourself off, looking looking like you're happy with someone new without them. But that those feelings that you had, like, you know, they still are very much there, and like that's like part of like just being human, right? Like you're complex, and you're not going to be able to move on from these things immediately, but like eventually you start using it to try to discover who you really are and who you want to be. And a lot of that, I feel like that's like what the show is about, is a lot of people like really discovering themselves and like what type of human am I really? I may not know now, but I'm gonna try to find out. And like that felt like where most of the progression and most of the development for the characters in this series went, and I thought that was really refreshing and just like really entertaining to watch as well, because some of these characters are super fucking goofy. But you know, it's fun that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really enjoy like Inori like taking on like recently like some more mature roles, even though that, like, you know, like Akane is like just a buffoon, you know. But you know, older character roles, because I think she brought something like pretty like unique to the table with this role, where like she is like just a spaz, but you know, it's definitely like more grounded. You could tell, like, you know, Akane like is a college student, and she's definitely like has like more of a sense of like what's the word? Like she has like more life experience, like even though that like she is still like going through some like pretty rough times. And it's just a role that, like, you know, you don't see her in too often. And I think, like, you know, going from like, because like this is like a manga, and like going from like manga to animation like carries like, you know, more things that you can do, more things that like, and some things that you lose from translation. But I think one part of it is like really solid voice acting from all parties, like also like, you know, Yamada's voice actor as well.
Yeah.
Very like, you know, serene, very somber, but also like very good at handling like the progression, like as he's opening up to himself and Akane. Like that's important as well, like because like he kind of like is not very in tune with himself like before the events of the show. And I think like this relationship that they cultivate and like nurture over the course of the show is like good for both of them, and it's really nice to see something like that in like the very like wacky zany way that this show has done in each and every episode.
I also I found it really funny that they went over the like, cause like yeah, I think a lot of people whenever they see the title, or maybe even the synopsis, you know, obviously like Yamada and Akane like playing this game is like it's definitely something that is relevant, but yeah, and so, but like it doesn't like overwhelm, which I think is like really cool. Like it definitely seems like it's just like naturally integrated into their lives and it doesn't feel forced. But at the same time, they did use the fact that it's there to like kind of sometimes like poke fun at certain things that you know happen in real life as well. Like for example, like Rurihime like being well, well not small, yeah, like
maybe misrepresenting herself.
It's like the things are not always you know, things are not always as they appear, and like I also think, you know, it kind of breaks through that that automatic assumption that like, oh, you know, someone is really loving and helpful and warm, and so they have to be, you know, a certain way, and it doesn't end up being that way. And I thought that was really cool as well with the show, just because like, you know, you run into that if you're like in online gaming communities, if you've never like met the people that you're playing with, but you have like really deep relationship with them, you might like make that assumption. Like you might just be like, oh, you know, I think this person is like this, and like seeing Akane like go through that whole process of like figuring out how people really are despite who they are in the game, I thought was like a really, really funny experience on top of everything else. But yeah, really just very, very like just really cute, like really really fun. Like honestly, I found myself laughing in this show a lot as well. Like I thought the comedy was solid. And also in some ways, like, you know, I think the characters feel relatable into some way. I think that a lot of people will find some amount of relatability with not only Akane, but also Yamada. Like especially, you know, some people want to be neats or whatever. They like want to they want to be shut-ins and not talk to people, but you know, eventually someone might come along that make you interested in actually like interacting. Turns out, go figure.
But yeah, and it's
not
not even
relatable because he's a god gamer, just like me
Yeah.
and you.
Yes.
It's not even like his nature, like was just like, you know, that reductive. Like they do like dive into like why he doesn't like interact with, like, a lot
absolutely.
of people.
I'm not
It's,
saying
like, you know,
without reason. Yeah.
He had a bad experience with somebody where he like kind of hesitated to act, and then it kind of like led to consequences. And he's like, well, if I simply do not get into any relationship, then this cannot happen.
Then this can't happen. Yeah, it's a defensive
Yeah.
mechanism. You shut yourself off, and a lot of people do that, right? Like he's not the only one that's like that. There's a lot of people in the real world that do like come to that assumption, like, you know, just to protect those around me. Like I'm just not gonna get involved. Like fuck that. But yeah, like that's what I mean by like, even though it's a funny rom-com, I think there is a lot of meaning behind the way that the characters, you know, come to these conclusions for sure. But yeah,
this was definitely like a delightfully eccentric rom-com with a very like charming visual identity, and I like it a lot.
yeah, definitely
It was
real
goofy.
fun. It was goofy,
And
yes.
I like Goofy.
It's it's the good type of goofy. We've seen the bad type of goofy before, but this is the good type of goofy. All right, 4 shows left.
Wheel of Fate is morning.
Ah, Heavenly Delusion.
Heavenly Delusion. And Goku.
Hell's Delusion. No, that's not right.
Hell's Delusion. we jokingly like mixed up the titles between like this and Hell's Paradise.
Hell's Paradise, yeah.
Heavenly Paradise and Hell's Delusion. Just
Oh
'cause,
my
like,
God.
we had Heaven and Hell in the same season. Look at that.
Heavenly Paradise and Hell's Delusion. That's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
I'm 15 and this is deep. Is the good.
Anyways,
thi-
where do we actually begin with this show? There's a lot to kind of
God,
deconstruct
yeah.
about this show.
There's
But it's fun.
this is like one of those, like I would label this as like a very, very eccentric show. Like it is very out there, I think. And so like you have to understand that at any point, like while you're watching the show, like there's just kind of a lot to it. And like the most important thing is that like it's going somewhere, right? Like that, I think that's the most important thing to hang on to while things are happening, because a lot of things happen. To be completely honest, a lot of things happen. But there's somewhere that they're trying to get you to. And you know, while watching it week to week, I think a lot of watchers had that question, like where exactly are they going with this? You know, what's at the end of the journey? And as things went on, and we got like more information about the world that they're in, and kind of the situation that the characters get put in, I found myself more and more interested in like the world building aspect of it was definitely becoming more interesting to me as time went on, because it's like post-apocalyptic, but like there's also like supernatural elements, and then there's like it's also telling a 2-part story, where we get, you know, our 2 main characters, but then also the people in the complex and whatnot, right? And like they kind of tell these stories side by side, and they're related in some ways, but they're also separate. And it just like a lot of it felt like if Promise Neverland ended up being like super good, like the whole way through, right? Then it would be kind of something resembling this, maybe not exactly the same, but I felt more fulfilled from this show than I did throughout Promise Neverland, especially because, well, we know what happened with season 2 of that show. We know. Yeah.
But yeah, like I think like the thing that stood out to me the most was like, the way that they handled like these like parallel storylines as like a very like, I think like this style of like storytelling is like kind of difficult to like pull off, because like you have to make sure that like all of your moving pieces like fit together nicely, that things are still like coherent. Just as a aside, I've heard like some people like compare like the material like from the manga to how it was represented here, as the anime being like more fast-paced and snappy compared to the manga.
Okay.
Which kind of makes sense, because I think like, and the animators like know that like this is constrained to like 13 episodes right now.
Yeah.
We're hoping we get more in the future, but we wanted to like reach a certain point where it felt like good to cut off, type of thing. And so I kind of like enjoyed like the snappy nature of the anime, where it more frequently jumps between like, team Kiriko and Maru and like the children of the complex, as kind of like, oh, this is like the sheltered perception of the world compared or like juxtaposed with like the very like brutal reality of the outside, type of thing. And I think like jumping between those two like more frequently like illustrated like where the show is like trying to like end up, like, the question is like, to a lot of people, like, what is the heavenly delusion that the show is like trying to like, and for its namesake, like what is that? And I think that method of storytelling like really like pushes that to the forefront more than what would be like a slower paced type of thing. I don't know. This is how I feel about the matter.
Yeah.
Honestly, never read the manga. Don't really plan on it, but that's what I've heard.
I feel that. It's interesting. It's like I found it really interesting, just because like while you're doing parallel storytelling, like you in some cases like you worry about them kind of like losing focus in a way because of the nature of like having to jump back and forth, but especially like the duo dynamic of Maru and Kiriko, like I found that to be like one of the more endearing relationships that we witnessed throughout it. And that's crazy considering that the world that they're in and the circumstances that they're in, without spoiling, right? But I also still found that like there was a lot of like message with especially Maru. Like I think Maru really went through a lot in these 13 episodes, like a lot. And that might be crazy to say considering what we know Kiriko goes through, but I think right. But I think Maru is a character that like in a lot of ways felt like powerless despite being like we know he has like the powers to right he has so much power to like fight these amalgamations and the monsters and all that stuff, but like in a lot of ways in his own personal life and his own interests he feels very powerless. And I think that juxtaposition is like so cool, because he has to cope with the fact that he has all this power, but at the same time he can't make the impact, the same level of impact that he wants to in his everyday life. And I thought watching his story was like just really, really cool to see how he handled it, because it's like there's something really human about it, right? There's something really, really human about like how he was humbled being put in these situations, and yeah, just like it's really, really like it's graphic. Like there's a lot of like I just want to give fair warning to those that like decide to watch the show. Like there's some stuff that like can be a little off-putting.
There is a content warning at the beginning of one of the episodes, which was warranted.
Yeah, absolutely,
in my opinion.
And it's heavy stuff. Like it's not. There's definitely some stuff that was like, okay, I could totally see like why why that warning exists, or why some people like maybe did not feel comfortable with some of the things there, because like we're getting into like that same territory as like some other famous shows that we watch, where we know that the content is good, but like despite it being good, like regardless of it, like independent of it being good or bad, there are just some things that some people might not want to see, right? It's just like that. And that is totally fair. But despite that, I think the storytelling, and especially the world building, because like that's something that I'm really big on, is world building. I found myself like really interested in how this world that they're in like actually works, because there's a lot under the surface and a lot that the characters discover as time goes on. We're very much not given like all the answers at the beginning. And we're giving more answers as time goes on, but I still have questions. Like I still have a lot of questions, and I think that's important when you're like writing a narrative like this and you put them in this type of environment. And so I definitely commend them on that aspect, because it's like it's tough competition to go up against as well when we're talking about stories like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's yeah, good.
Oh no, you can finish with that. I'm gonna go to another thought after this.
Okay. Yeah. And so, and the last thing I want to say, like, they definitely were not afraid to take risks. Because like one like set of scenes in particular, I think like like when they were storyboarding it, they had to have a conversation. They had to have a conversation. How the hell are we gonna approach this? And I'm not saying it because I think it's so important that I would never want to spoil this for someone that wants to watch the show. But like when they were storyboarding it, they absolutely sat down and have a conversation about how are we gonna approach this? Do we even want to animate this? Because this is like this is some quote unquote taboo that might get some very visceral reactions from people, and looking at the discourse. This show was talked about a lot while it was airing. Like sometimes I would peek in on threads. I usually don't like being in forums or like on Reddit or anything like that, because I think like I don't know, these places are kind of cesspools when it comes to people talking about shows. But sometimes I would peek in on the review threads, and like it was a lot. Like there were a lot of people that had a lot of different perspectives, and some people that like there was at least one person every week that was like, okay, I can't watch this anymore. This is just too much. Like I just can't do this anymore. And that like I think that's interesting, but also fair.
I do know what specifically like you're referring to, and I think a lot of people will like look at like scenes like that in a vacuum and like, oh my god, bad, problematic.
Yeah.
Thing.
Yeah.
And I think that is kind of like disingenuous, because a lot of like what the show like does right is like working these like scenes that will make you feel uncomfortable and like unsettled into like what it's trying to say about like the post-apocalyptic world, or like the world of like the complex, and I think everything that the show did was very well intended, despite it making some people feel like uneasy in some places. Yeah, thought that was part of the discourse that I feel like a lot of people will engage with and be like, yeah, thing problematic, thing bad.
Yeah. I just feel like it's just, I don't know, I could never feel that way. I think it's definitely very possible to identify certain thing as potentially problematic, but like at the end of the day, there's a story to be told, right? And I think how you utilize those topics and how you go about them matters way more than in and of itself. Oh, this is problematic, you can never talk about it, you can never speak on it. Because like I think some things it's okay to like kind of open discussion for them, as long as you're doing it in a way that's like healthy. Like obviously if you're promoting problematic things, then like that's something different. But if it's a part of a story, like a lot of the things that people label as problematic, they happen in the real world too, right? Like to be honest,
like,
right?
Like,
These are things that happen.
Right.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so like kind of stifling that creative liberty, I think is like just very harmful. And I think there's a lot of great shows out there that are evidence that, like, you know, even though it's problematic, it's still something that can be very fulfilling, and really profound whenever it all comes down to it. But yeah, I mean, I don't did we all watch this show? Did all of us watch it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What'd you think,
Yes.
Miguel, bro? What were your thoughts, man?
Great, but like onto like the problematic.
He's dead again.
Now your mic is problematic.
Whatever, man.
Try again, bro.
One more time.
Try again.
Okay,
Try
so
again.
I get like slightly annoyed when people talk about.
Okay.
Please.
No.
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 Give Comcast, I gotta ask.
No,
Miguel.
I'm not Comcast.
Oh no, bro.
No.
Okay.
I'm not.
Let's go through the others first, and then we'll come back to Miguel.
Alright.
Okay.
Okay.
Bobby or Dylan, did you guys have any feelings about Heavenly Delusion?
I felt like when I was watching, I was like, dang. You know, you guys compared it to Promised Neverland. I thought to myself, dang, this is the good Darling in the Franks.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah. It's good.
Because there's definitely a lot of parallels that I could draw, but ultimately I think this show is like really cool because the mystery aspect is really neat. I think they're touching on a lot of like really cool ideas with like what humans like what we are. You know?
Mhm.
Like I can't. There's still a lot of questions I have that I want answered. So I
Agreed.
don't want to,
Yeah.
you know. And I'm very invested, very interested. But the whole like, I don't know. I mean, in that there's that Promised Neverland type of thing of like treating people like their livestock too, right? But it's just there's so many interesting things that this show like poses, and it's just the action is really good too. It's
Yeah.
very
That's,
entertaining.
I'm
That's the thing
I'm
I
glad
was
you
gonna
brought that
talk
up. Yeah.
about,
IG flexed, bro. Holy shit.
Choreography is just like incredibly strong.
Yeah, it's incredibly consistent too, especially like if we talked about like Hell's Paradise earlier. You know, the Hell Heaven parallel between the two shows, like IG definitely like was extremely consistent when it came to like its crisp action sequences that happened maybe like once every other episode or something like that. Was really cool. Something else I wanted to highlight is that, like, you know, while IG is kind of like known for that type of thing, there is also like a lot of like very like abstract animation sequences within this show that I wanted to highlight. Like the one that stands out, you know, not spoiling the scenario, but Maru, like when he uses his power to like kind of like see into somebody.
Going into
That is like extremely like abstract what they did with that, and I like it stands out in my mind like, wow, this show like actually like does it all, like action and like animation sequences that kind of encourage more like deep inward thinking. You know, and like having like this very like profound like reaction to something like that is just like that's what art is, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
it really is.
Like seriously.
Yeah,
Like it was super cool.
Dylan, did you have any thoughts?
Not really. It was a cool show. I'll you know, but I just want to see more before I like.
Yeah. Bro, I felt like when I got to the end, I was like, bro,
It felt a little too open ended.
Can you please, like, can this please have been 25 episodes? God damn it, bro. Like,
why can't shows like this like have like the popular like successful show treatment where like
yeah,
we're just gonna announce the second season right after the first season ends, type of thing. I'm like, please, it would quell some of like my anxiousness that like we might never get a sequel for this like in like within 5 years or something. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, that forget everything and be like, fuck, wait.
and especially like because it really does, it definitely ramps up towards the end as well. Like the like last quarter is like really heavy shit, and it's like, damn, like every time we get a question answered, there's a new question. Like I'm like, damn, so wait what? Oh wait what? It's how does that work that way? But Yeah, I this is definitely one of the shows that's going towards the top of my needs continuation list. Like I just need them to
Please.
I need them to do more because I found myself like really enjoying this one. It definitely was in my conversation for the shows that I like the most this particular season, and it's tough competition as well because like there's a lot of really good shit in spring. But yeah,
it's like crazy because like obviously like the main character and the one character in like the farm, the human farm place, like obviously they're connected.
Yeah,
and we know that the story has to probably connect them at some point, right?
Yep.
Tokyo and Maru is what I would assume,
Yep.
or something like that.
Something.
But it's just like the two storylines are so independent of each other. I'm just like, how on earth do we get there? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I feel like what we've gotten is just like just barely even
scratching the surface. Yeah, exactly. It's like, man, there could be so much still left.
I need second season and a movie.
Yeah. Let me get that, bro. With how IG did on the production value of this show, if we hand them a movie budget with these themes and these characters, bro, I would that'd be incredible. I need that. I need that in my life. I would go see that in a heartbeat.
I'd be the only person in the theater, and I'll enjoy it thoroughly.
I'll drive to where you are. We'll watch it together, bro. Like
so fuck Hulu, bro. Fuck Hulu,
I feel that,
dude.
I feel that.
I don't know why it doesn't. I don't know why my on Opera GX, the main browser I use is Opera GX. I don't know why Hulu doesn't work. It just refuses to not work. When I was watching every week, I had to go to Microsoft Edge to go watch this.
Oh,
excuse me. Not to mention the Hulu player, bro, their subtitles are shit. Their max size is still too small. And they fucking have I have to fiddle with the subtitle settings for 3 years before I can get the black boxes off of the subtitles. Fuck Hulu.
Our anti-Hulu sentiment.
Simply get Disney Plus instead, Bobby. Easy.
Oh no! Oh my god, bro. All right, well, yeah, I definitely really enjoyed this one and hope that they decide to give us more at some point because I wouldn't feel right it ending there and there not being any more. All right, whoops. Oh yeah. There's gotta be people that were waiting for us to cover this one as well. Like
What a cool little show. Surely
this show's
it'll
pretty
be
good.
a nice idol show.
It's just another idol show.
Yeah. Nothing special, right?
It starts off with
we should.
I just want to say that like before we get into it, this show is fucking weird. But it's not a bad weird, right? It's really a weird as in like I never even thought remotely that this story would be set up in the way that it was. It's just like this is and so like but when we did the sampler during the season, people were telling us that like you shouldn't read the synopsis, right?
No.
Because if you read the synopsis, it kind of takes away from like how they try to do their setup. And they do a 90-minute episode essentially to like you essentially watch a movie as the first episode. Yes. And you know, having watched the show and being over and done with it, you know, when we started it's like, bro, 90 minutes is a very long time. Like that is unprecedented in my mind. I don't think I've ever watched a show that's had a 90-minute first episode. But now having finished it, it was necessary. It really was. Yeah. Like it very much was necessary. Because that first episode does a lot of carrying. Like there's a lot of stuff that needed to be gone over. And like if that episode was shorter, I don't think they would have had time to cover everything throughout the season. So I will at least give them that. You know, 90 minutes is still a long time, but I can see why it was 90 minutes now, having completed the show. It's just like, I think the most valuable thing about this show is that I learned a lot during it, but also there was some stuff that I knew about before, but not to to a certain extent, because this show's about idols, right? And there's a lot of idol shows out there, but not every idol show gives you like explicit insight into like how things actually are as someone who is in the industry, right? And that, I think that's like a perspective that not many people will have. Like, we see these people perform and get put into these situations from the outside looking in. In this show, like, really, like, it's like really heavy with like, it's very clear to me that the people that wrote this show, like, if they weren't involved in the idol industry in some way, they did their research heavily, because like a lot of the stuff is very accurate. Like, in fact, it might be a little too close to home for some people, because it is some really like, it's not only very real, but it's like, it's heavy stuff. Like, it's not stuff that is easy to swallow given this situation. So that's like the value, the biggest value that I got of this show. It's very interesting in and of itself, but like, I also think it's really cool that they hit the nail on the head so well with how they decided to pick the idol industry.
I want to like share some, like, a thought I have about like just like this series and like conversation with other people, because like I've had like discussions with other people who like don't exactly know what this series is, but like they know of it and know that like it's at least like good in some way. But like we said, like people who have like experienced the series, whether it be in like manga form or the anime form, kind of keep like the premise under the ropes. You know, and when trying to talk about it, and there's like, you should just like watch the beginning and see what's
Yeah.
But even like after that point, like they don't exactly like know what this series is like trying to be. And I think it's like okay for us to like kind of say like what like the merits of the show is, like at least like on a narrative level, where it's like a very like cynical like deconstruction of like the entertainment industry and like media, and like how we as like consumers and the people who, you know, produce the media like interact with it, so to speak. Because a lot of people I talk to like think that the show is like either like idols, like just on a very like basic understanding of it, or a mystery that involves like some like kind of like isekai aspects of it.
Yeah.
That's kind of like what they think of it, and I think it's like more interesting, and also like more like I think more people will be encouraged to watch it if they like knew like what the show is actually like trying to say, like after like it is established what's going on, you know? And like going back to like that first episode, like you said, like 90 minutes, hopefully not becoming like a new standard, because like man, doing something like that is really hard, and also like I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say it's like bad for any show, but like it's definitely like you need to be built for this type of pilot episode. Like your series needs to be built for this type of thing, and you know, the ones that are adapting are adopting this model are probably built for that. And I really want to like give praise to like the first episode for kind of like setting the stage for the type of like audio visual storytelling that was eventually like, you know, translated into the rest of the episodes proper, like after the first one, where it's very whimsical. Obviously, I think like take one look at the character designs in this show and you will like know that like, wow, like they got whole ass galaxies in their eyes.
Yeah,
what is going
like
on.
entire star systems. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's very easy to tell which characters are important in this show.
Yeah, I mean, that's facts.
The hair color test is not enough. We must go further.
Yeah, and so like it's very obvious that like, you know, this is like not gonna be like a normally like told show. It's gonna be like very whimsical in some aspects, but it doesn't like take away from the reality that this show is trying to depict when it comes to like, you know, the idol industry and the entertainment industry in general, and the themes that are like derived from that we see and explore through the various characters. And like that's kind of like moving to like, you know, how the show is like kind of structured. It's very character focused, in the sense that like each particular arc focuses on like a character. Like, I mean, like everybody will like still be around, but there will be a very like, you know, obvious focus on one specific character at any given time. and I think that's to the show's strength because it feels like very deliberate on like what it wants to talk about at any given time and what is relevant to what is currently going on. So like for instance, like the first episode, like obviously it's like the introduction, but we get introduced to like how like kind of like the differences in perception from like reality versus the illusion that highly produced entertainment kind of gives to the consumers. And you get a really good sense of what the show like wants to say just from the first episode alone. And that is because it chose to focus on a single character. So like Ai Hoshino is the character it focuses on. It's through her experiences and her like learning gradually about like how things work on this side of things, like on the entertainer side of things, that kind of like makes the entire show compelling to us. And that eventually translates to the rest of the show where like we'll focus on this character, that character, and they'll kind of like represent like different thematic values. Like there's like a focus on like entertainers who are like past their prime, or at least like that's the public perception of them, and how like these entertainers like exist or react to the responses of other people. There's like a very like toxic focus on like social media and how that affects people. And there's also like what's the word, like thinking that like your responsibilities like and such, like, and the time that you spend like trying to like build up your career and build up like your resume or some things, and at some point it may be like too late or something. It's like society is very brutal in like each of these cases, and it's very like nicely organized into these arcs focusing on certain characters, and I really enjoy that type of like storytelling. I think it's like very structured. It makes things like very like comprehensive, which I like. And yeah, I just thought it was pretty amazing in that regard.
I find it surprising that a show that can throw so much at you. Like, you think about what the first episode is a whole bunch of fucking stuff getting thrown at you. It's also like so compartmentalized and like makes like so much actual sense. Because like, so when we go to like, let's just say this isn't exactly what happens, but like your lead character is going to like interact with different girls and have different types of relationships with them, and these different girls are all gonna be like a different type of like a different part of like the media world. So again, not necessarily what happens to like avoid spoilers, but let's just say one is social media superstar and it's gonna focus on that. Another one is blah blah blah, like a actress, like just an actress. Another one's just an idol. But and then it like you compartmentalize and put all these things like in a box and like follows, and it makes like so much actual like sense, and it doesn't feel like it's throwing like too much at you like you probably thought the first episode was gonna be. It was like, holy shit, that was a lot of stuff we just got thrown at us, and everything for the first episode, which is why the whole triple or quadruple episode or 3.5 episode, whatever it was, actually ended up working out really well.
It worked too well, actually, for me personally. The first episode being 90 minutes, because I watched the second episode and I was like, that wasn't enough. I'm already conditioned to want
90-minute episodes
every week. And so I watched episode 3 and I'm like, this is good. I want more. I'm unfulfilled. I watched episode 4. I'm like, this is it. I'm reading the manga. I don't care. There's not enough content.
Is that actually what happened to you?
That's actually what happened.
Oh wow.
That's what happened to me and Bobby.
I watched the first episode and I was like, damn, that was pretty good. I watched the second episode. Damn, that wasn't enough. Third episode, that still wasn't enough. Fourth episode, dang it. I need more now.
I see.
And then I caught up on
that's interesting. That's actually really interesting.
I mean, I think it's because, I'm a person where there are some shows I'm okay with binging, and there are some shows that I'm okay with watching weekly. Like, I do believe that there are better formats for different shows.
Yeah, for sure.
For this one, I was just like, yeah, I can't do this week by week shit. I need the whole thing now.
Like, don't you? Because part of this show is a mystery. So don't you like want to like mellow on like the mystery?
I don't think that the mystery is honestly what keeps me in the show. To be perfectly frank,
Okay.
I think that
reasoning that makes sense. I guess.
yeah, I mean, I think the mystery is what ties like the show together in terms of like arc by arc. Like there's a progression that we are aiming towards that continues to like progress the show. But I think it really is just like the characters and the insight into the industry that
I
like
agree.
really keeps
Yeah.
me wanting to continue consuming the show. Like
Mhm.
I think that all of the different characters having different like so like one of the things that makes this show like I think really easy and digestible is that because it's about the entertainment industry, pretty much all the characters have something like some quality or trait that makes them fairly exceptional among like their peers like in the entertainment industry, because that's like the types of people that like even the show like mentions it itself, like the types of people that are attracted to like this kind of industry, like they're kind of outstanding in their own ways, you know.
Thank you,
And
Bobby.
so you're welcome, really. But it's like because of that, it gives each of the characters very unique perspectives, and it gives them all unique like traits that make them interact in ways that I think are really interesting. And it's like it feels organic because you know you kind of understand that these are all like pretty, you know, like incredible like people that work in the industry like that. And so it's really fun to just see them interact and see what kind of the show has to like give you as like a this is what this person's about, like this is their perspective. And it's really cool for me also that because when you first watch the show, it's easy to get jaded about like all the really bad things that happen, but it's nice to see that the show has for the most part just like pretty nice people, but they're all very competitive and they're all kind of you
Yeah.
know gaming the system.
Mhm.
There's
Mhm.
definitely an air of deception, but it's not necessarily like a really jaded or dark look.
Mhm.
It makes it kind of more like interesting to look at a complex figure because it's not as dismissive. Like a lot of the characters are very genuine actually, but
Mhm.
like very genuine people. But despite the fact that they're genuine people, they put on acts, you know, they lie, so to speak, in
Yeah.
order to like get what they want because this is a very cutthroat like industry that they work in. And
So
it's,
on
like,
to like
pretty cool.
what you just said. My favorite thing about like entertainment industry stuff in general is when you can have like two, like a reality of like the actual person and then the fictional part.
Mhm.
So like their elaborate personality that they give off, and finding that point where those two things are like where you blur them and you're not exactly sure like what is real or not. That's like my like kind of like favorite thing. So seeing that's why I like the social media not the social like the fuck's that shit called again? The terrace house thing. What are those types of shows called? Reality shows. There you go.
Yeah,
Reality
yeah.
show.
Okay, I was like,
Reality TV. Like it was based on the TV show like Terrace House.
Mhm.
So that's why I like that arc a lot, because like where you're trying to like find like this point, it's like all right, they're playing up a character part, but then they're also still real people, and
Mhm.
finding like that point where it's like okay, this is no longer real, or this is no longer the TV show. As like that's like the super cool shit to me. And then I want to talk about the opening right quick.
okay.
Yes.
Wasabi's based as fuck. Ikura isn't really like that's not really her type of music, at least
Nope.
I don't think normally. And
Definitely not.
Definitely
yeah,
not.
so what I like, one of cool ass things about the opening, while I'm watching this shit, don't speak Japanese, and then like I just watching the opening, seeing the visuals, and then like the way that like the song gets like sang, you could like figure out completely like what the show's about, pretty much from that. I don't know, it's like that's how well done the opening was, including the visuals at least.
Yeah, the opening, like song wise, like broke like the J-pop sphere, basically. Like that shit popped. Like, bro, like
Right off.
this is it. This is it. we found like we found the one. It definitely like shot up to like the top of the charts, like almost
There's
like
also
immediately.
there's also an alternate music video that is like
Yeah.
animated with the Oshinoko characters that is not the opening.
Oh.
So if you want like
It's
a
better than
full
the
version,
opening.
yeah,
Yeah.
if you want a full version of like the actual like music video that is also just Oshinoko basically, definitely give that a watch. It's very, very cool, and it's like there's it's like the Oshinoko opening is like it's kind of an anime opening, but the music video is kind of like in a way like its own like independent art piece.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool. Like it's a lot more symbolic, and like the imagery and the directing is like a lot more. There's a lot more intentionality in its attempt to like kind of create a feeling and a message. I think.
That's a Yoasobi music video, baby.
That opening is like very like what it takes to be like a good anime opening. Like to combine the visuals and the song, I was like, this told me a full story, and I fucking get it. Or just like like fucking like, what the hell is the Zom one? The one that's going on right now.
Zom 100.
Zom
100.
Zom 100, where it's just like, okay, cool, we're just watching like people walk, and like this is just random moments from the show, and like there's nothing really happening. It's just people like walking. Okay, cool, nice song, I guess. And then like Overworks openings are all just like fucking shapes.
Rectangles.
Like, not telling me too much here, but this looks cool, I guess. And this one's like, you just told me the entire story, and I loved it. It was awesome.
Yeah, man. I don't think anybody
Yes.
would doubt that was like the most like talked about opening
Yeah.
of the season, like by
If you
far.
haven't
And like
watched
maybe
it,
like
go watch
maybe even like the past few seasons. Who knows?
Yeah.
And if you have watched it, go watch it now anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once you have 90 minutes to devote to the
one-
first episode.
One last like I
Go
guess,
ahead.
closing thought on this is that like this is like kind of undoubtedly like the most successful, ambitious, and culturally impactful show Dogo Kobo has ever done.
Yeah.
As
Yeah,
a
for
studio.
sure.
I don't think anybody would deny this. Like, Dogo Kobo, obviously known for like doing their very like lighthearted, like cute slice of life shows.
Hmm.
But it was kind of like out of their element to a lot of people. But they nailed it, honestly.
They did. Did.
This is like a new. I'm not gonna say it's a new stand for them because like this is a very like standout like spectacular.
Yeah, it
series
is.
That they're adapting, but they've proven that
They can handle it.
are a studio that is capable of handling such lofty expectations.
Which is not easy to do. It's only gotten more and more difficult because source material, like it seems like things are only getting more and more popular and more grandiose, and like if you're a studio that isn't necessarily the most comfortable with handling that type of source material, we've seen what it's like sometimes. Sometimes it's very rough, and so definitely a big up to them for being able to handle it in stride, because like I would not have expected the studio that did fucking New Game to be doing Oshi no Ko, but they did it very well, so I can't be mad. It's like it's not what I expected.
Social media allows for like popular manga to become more popular.
Yeah.
It's like anime is way more global now.
Yep.
So it's like there's just like more viewers on, or more eyeballs on like the popular manga. So it's like, okay, now you got way more hype coming in for the actual anime that comes out.
Yep, exactly. All right,
These are
two
quite-
left. Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. Which one's gonna be first? All right.
All right, Vinland season
We're gonna end
2.
with 2Q Crisis. That's how it's gonna be.
Yeah, that's what's up. I'm here. I'm here for it.
All right.
Here
we go.
Once
I
again,
have no anime.
Inlet.
I just wait. Did all of us watch this? I think we did, right?
Dylan
has
not?
not.
Oh,
but-
Dylan hasn't. Okay.
I'm going to read it. I will read it.
It's
Okay.
crazy that we
That's
just
fine.
got Oshinoko and Vinland Saga season 2 back to back, because I feel like those were maybe the strongest shows of the season.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think when all was said and done in spring, I think this ended up being my pick for what I thought was the strongest. And it's funny that it's that way, because like if you followed the discourse surrounding the show while it was airing, like it was some people really did not like Vinland season 2
It's somehow
because
controversial.
yeah.
I mean, I agree, but I think I saw more people complaining about like people saying that people weren't gonna like it.
So the funny thing about this conversation is that I used to have there was like this really loyal viewer. His name was Trezak, and I think he's someone that read he read all the source material, and he told me like a few years ago, he was like, Vinland, like you liked Vinland 1, but Vinland 2 is very different, so there's gonna be a lot of people that don't like it, and like I guess I didn't understand to like what extent he meant. But like, yeah, it's like it's so silly because I feel like a lot of people that may have not liked this season, the only reason that they don't like it is because it's not exactly the same as season 1. And like, and to those people, I feel like they kind of missed the point, because like Vinland 1 was never a series that was like violence for the sake of violence. It was violence for the sake of a theme, right? There was a very, very intentional aspect to like why these fights were happening and why characters did what they did and what they went through. I mean, Thorfinn's father in the first season said, "You have no enemies. You don't have to fight anyone." And so like for people to turn around and be mad about about Vinland 2 being more and more focused on like the development of those characters now that he's kind of left the field of battle, and you know, kind of being more introspective in that way, I think is just kind of silly. Like, I don't know, I just found it really weird. Like, you just missed the point.
But like people enjoy media in different ways. So
no, I get that.
We're sick as fuck. So if they just wanted to see the crazy action scenes, then they just want to see the crazy action scenes.
Those people, if you ask me, you know, those people were like, "Wow, I like Viking anime. I don't like slave anime. I want more Viking." And I'm like, okay, whatever, bro.
I'm just like, they're the same thing, bro. Like that, like, I mean, like, I don't know if people understand this, but like, if you're talking about,
his name is Thorfinn.
Right.
He's Thorfinn in season 1. He's Thorfinn in season 2.
I don't know. I just feel like if you're talking about Vikings, whether it's in anime or just historically, right? The whole like slave thing is like very relevant. Like, I don't know if people know this, but like this is kind of important part of Viking history, like going back. So I don't know. I thought that was weird. But getting past that, right? There's a lot that this season does correctly. And in some of the ways are just like really, really cool. Because, you know, Thorfinn, we talked about how like, you know, it's still Thorfinn, right? But it's very much a much more matured, and like he just has a completely different outlook on the world that he used to, and it's kind of like him like kind of understanding that, and also, you know, that new outlook on the world is not really common at all. Like, most people do not think the way that he's thinking this season, and that is the point of conflict as things go on in this. But my favorite scene in the entire season was definitely the kind of grand introspection. I think it was episode 9. I think it was
9
episode
or 10. One of those.
That I think that's like one of the most powerful episodes in anime, period. Like, I don't know if I've had many experiences with singular episodes that like just hit that hard. There was just like a lot to it, and it had a lot of meaning to it as well. Like, it definitely felt like this is like, yes, this is what I came here for. Yes, this is what I needed. But like, yeah, there's like a lot of really cool things that they do. Not even just with Thorfinn. I mean, like, even, you know, Einar has his own you know, progression and his own conflicts that come up. Canute, right, is another character that, like, you know, changed a lot since we last saw him. In a lot of ways, these characters are very much more matured. They're not the same juvenile characters that they were before. They have different, you know, they have different outlooks. They have different approaches to things. And to me, it was cool to see like how those things have changed and how they also affect each other, because like, you know, some people are just fucking crazy. Like some people are just absolutely insane. And the last thing that I'll say about characters on this first segment is that, like, where the fuck was Thorkel, bro? Where was he, bro? Where was he?
Bro, like,
he was, but
I need to see a conversation between New Thor and Thorkel.
I don't even want to know how that would go.
Bro. Imagine.
I love this season because of like the characters are so functional in terms of like portraying the themes. Like, I think the foil between the trajectory between Thorfinn and Canute were like incredible, because like in season 1 we saw like Thorfinn, his life was dog water.
Yeah,
you know, they really hammer that in, especially in this season, where you like Thorfinn thinks like, I've never had a good thing happen in my life. And it's like, we've seen season 1, he's not wrong.
Yeah, he's actually not lying.
Right?
Yeah, it's kind
and then we but like we get like Canute as a character too, and it's like their ideologies like almost flip-flop from each other because of like the kinds of lives that they have to live. Like Canute becomes royalty, like he is like I mean he was, but like now he is like definitively royalty, and we have Thorfinn, a literal slave, you know, and it's because of it's almost like because of their position in a sense that like their ideologies morph to like, you know, the whole like the Thorfinn I have no enemies versus Canute, who is now like so unbelievably jaded from like who he was prior. And it's like it's so cool to me that like the characters that were set up in season 1 were so seamlessly like foiled in season 2 in that way. And like I also really appreciate, like, I mean there's so many good characters in season 2. Like Arnade I think is really, really strong like thematically, because Thorfinn is like a character who he's defined by the whole like I have not had a good thing happen to me, you know, but it's like, and it's because he doesn't really know or understand like what a good life is, that he has the capacity to question and kind of look for that because he's never had it before, but he understands that like other people apparently have like had this thing, like I want to know like what that's like too, you know, like and it's proven when he is given the opportunity, like he's taking the damage and it's like he could die, but ultimately like his instinct like chooses to live. And so it's like, wow, like when you see Arnade in that last scene where it's like she did have a good life previously, there's just, it makes all the difference in her capacity to keep trying versus Thorfinn's. And I'm like, wow, like it's just every character just, it was so thematically resonant. It was like all just masterfully crafted.
Yeah, I agree.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah, you definitely hit the nail on the head.
I really want to like praise like the progression that this series has had, like even between like season 1 and like season 2 in particular, because like that's the point where like, you know, a lot of people like kind of like question if they want to continue, if it's like a type of show for them. And like, well, what I wanted to like say on that matter, I didn't get to share it earlier, is that like, you know, the themes that are like present in the second season like definitely like were in the first season. Is obviously like if you did not watch it for those themes, then you know that's, you know, to each their own, like that's how you interacted with the franchise.
Totally fair.
But yeah, and totally fine, by the way. We're not judging anybody if that's the way they chose.
If you like seeing people scrap, then that's on you, bro. That's fine. That's it'd be like that.
But what I found like the most like compelling, like going from season 1 to season 2, is like the idea of like what is like true freedom, because being like very like spoiler free, like, you know, there is a character in the first season who really is like the embodiment of championing like true freedom. And you know, like that character is like very relevant to Thorfinn, and in the second season he's not around. He's like lost, and Thorfinn like in turn like feels extremely lost, because the one entity who like gave him like this like kind of guiding force of like something to like work towards, and like just like the idea of like, you know, finding freedom in a world that just like attempts to like shackle you like in every sense, whether it be like, oh, like I'm weak and I literally can't do anything, or I'm literally like a slave like Thorfinn is in the second season. It's just like this idea of freedom is suddenly like lost on Thorfinn, and like the entire second season is him like trying to like find that again in something new, like whether it be like other people who are like sharing in his like struggle to like find this, or, you know, doing something like fulfilling, like cultivating like a farm, or, you know, more like direct challenges like the foils that like Bobby spoke about, like, you know, between Thorfinn and Canute that eventually happened. It's just such like a nice progression, and it makes for such a great story, like just straight up like if Vinland Saga is anything, like it is like an incredibly like immersive and engaging story to just follow from beginning to end. And, you know, hopefully like more is like on the horizon. Like season 2 like ended in a pretty like satisfying way, but like part of me thinks that there's still more to be said. Like it's a
Yeah,
very like
I still had questions.
each individual like section of this series in anime form has been like so like nicely like compartmentalized into like its own unique idea, and like the progression from one to the other has been very seamless and like masterful storytelling all
Absolutely.
around.
Absolutely. It's like we rarely stumble across shows that are able to maintain this level of quality for this long. And Vinland, it's not only a show that has 2 seasons, but 2 long seasons, right? And so it has many more episodes than most shows that even get a season 2. And so like it is super impressive that both season 1 and season 2 feel so distinct, yet they both are still both so high quality. And I think that's something that everyone can come to an agreement on, like regardless of which one you prefer, for whatever reason that may be. I found myself giving like very similar and very high scores to both of them, despite that fact, right? Even though they have very, very unique feels to them, there's definitely a very stark difference between season 1 and season 2. But it's still Vinland Saga in and of itself, and the characters are the ones that we've come to care about. And even the new ones that were introduced in season 2, I still found myself like being very interested in. Like Ketil is one that like I definitely had a lot of questions about, especially later on, like in the second half of the season. I was like, bro, can you tell me more about how did this even happen? Like, I don't how do we even like, you can't just say that and then move on, bro. Like, let me understand. Like, I don't, what do you mean by that? And like his family, like Olmar, right? Olmar kind of had his own like distinct character arc throughout the entire time, where like he kind of struggled with identity. Like he didn't know what he wanted. Like he had to live up to certain standards, but he didn't want to be this way and that. And like that, witnessing that struggle and how he gets kind of used as a pawn, and in this greater aspect of the story being told, is like, it's also really, really cool to see. Despite I think at first he's like a very unlikable character to a lot of people. Like I don't think there's many people that'll be like, yeah, no, this guy's sick. But I think he became a much better character as time went on. And I have
Snake is so sick.
He's really cool. Yeah.
He's such a good, like, nuanced character. Like, he has so many. He like truly is like a multifaceted. You can't define him by like one sentence, like type of guys. He's so cool.
He has a lot of depth to his character, and like to the point where like he's so complicated that there were some cases where you expect him to act in a certain way and he doesn't act that way, and despite it maybe betraying like your expectations for what you thought he would do, everything that he chose like still made a lot of sense given the way that he is. No, you're right. That character's fucking sick. That character's fucking sick. There's like I said, like I struggle to find many characters that I was like, nah, bro, like this is not it. Like all of them, I felt like to some extent were like very interesting and definitely had their part to play in this crazy ass world that we're thrown into.
One like last like thing. So something I thought that was like really cool with this show is like, so Thorfinn, becomes a slave, as like like we mentioned earlier. He becomes like literally like the bottom of like the social hierarchy, like classism thing. And then his interaction with like peasants, so not slaves, they're not owned by people, but literally the second lowest.
Yeah.
And they still like would treat him like shit. But Thorfinn's interaction with Kettle, who's literally like his slave owner, ultimately like, you would probably expect that like your slave owner, just from everything we know about history, is probably going to treat you like shit. Kettle exactly doesn't treat him super horribly. Like gives him like, and it's not great because still a slave. But
but
he still gets treated better than like the peasants treat Thorfinn. So it's like getting like sucked into like this like ideology of like classism, where it's like, hey yo, we're in the bottom. I'm talking about peasants here, but at least we're not that guy. We're not that guy.
Yeah.
People, characters like Kettle are like really, really cool to me too, because his ideology is so similar to Thorfinn's, but it comes from such a different place.
Yeah.
It's just like it's so great to see that the story can encapsulate so many characters that you can see how they feel about like the same thing, but like knowing where that comes from it like makes so much of a difference. It's like so cool.
Like these supporting characters like showing up this season of like Kettle, Thorgil, and like Snake. I was like, holy shit, y'all killed it right here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's facts. Like, so and on top of that, of course, it has so many scenes and so many moments that I think are just like really impactful. Like there's just like so many cool ones. Like even the one they showed in the PV, right, where you know Thorfinn is standing there and he's like, bro, like I've been through shit that you could not even imagine. Like it has been horrible. If you wanna chop my head off, you can do that, bro. That's fine by me. I'm not scared. It's like he just stands there menacingly in front of this guy, and it's like, on the outside looking in, it might look like this guy's crazy. Like why would you ever put yourself in that type of risk? But it's so consistent with the way that Thorfinn looks at the world, right? Like it's really consistent with how he's been approaching literally every single aspect of his life. Because at this point, it's like, bro, like, can it get worse? Can it get worse? He's like looking around. He's like, have y'all ever experienced anything as bad as this? No, just me. All right, bet. That's kind of what I look at like scenes like that. It's like, man, it's like you have to be really down low to even like consider just being like, yeah, I don't give a fuck, bro. Like it's just I've lost.
You sometimes like learn like the most important life lessons like after you've literally lost everything.
Yeah.
And then like, well, it can only get better, you know, if I put in the efforts to actually like, you know, do something that people like, you know, kind of like idealize, like in the ideal vision of the world, like, oh my, like, because like every character, like maybe not every character, but like, you know, at least like Thorfinn and like Canute like have like their ideal world like kind of visualized in their head, and it's very different, like the ones that like they express to each other. And it takes like a lot of like courage and, you know, obviously like a lot of development from where Thorfinn started to like say like, yes, this is not only like, you know, thought of, like theorized, but it's possible if we like, you know come together and like under like a shared like sense of like, you know, what is like this world that we're trying to you know progress towards. And if we share that, then, you know, we can make things happen. I think that's not something that he would say at the beginning of the series. Like, definitely not.
Yeah,
like, he was
certainly
like
not.
very, like he was very like blindsided just by rage and fury that, you know, this idea of like a better, like more like peaceful and like, you know, loving world is just like it doesn't have to just be an illusion. Like he can be like the face of it, you know.
Yeah.
He has no enemies, bro.
No enemies, bro. No
No
enemies. Inspiring, truly inspiring. Sick fucking show, man.
All right,
And
but
we gotta give the ceremonial wheel spin since we got.
I wonder, yo, that white line.
Yeah, that white line though. Hold on. Oh shit! What a surprise! Oh my god. Okay.
Wow.
You'd like the veto? That's crazy. That's
Reroll the
Veto
spin.
the wheel spin.
I think we should re-roll.
Yeah.
You
That
know?
white line looks pretty good, bro.
Anyways,
So then we got Kawaii Sugi Crisis to end off, or Too Cute Crisis, which is
We're not ending off Oshinoko or Vinland Saga.
I know, right?
nah.
This is really, if I were to give you the best depiction of what this show is just, it's a cute animal show. That's where we're at. It's a really cute animal show. And at first I thought it was actually just gonna be cats, but it's actually not just cats. So
No.
that was a little bit of a surprise. I actually thought it was just gonna end up focusing on you know, our MC. Our MC is, I guess, Yozora is just as much an MC as Liza is, but yeah, it actually you know, it's cool because I feel like I was given some information that I didn't expect to be given throughout this show, like, because like I said, I think in essence it really is just like a cute pet show, and I think there's a lot of value in that for sure. It's fucking adorable, to be honest. But at the same time, I definitely learned some things about some of the animals that I just didn't know before, and I think that's like always cool whenever you also are just like given something that you didn't expect to get when you jumped in originally, because I didn't think it was going to be like that. I don't know about you guys, but
This was definitely my guilty pleasure show of the season. Like, I think it's like good, like not great, but I definitely like liked it way too much.
Okay, yeah, I feel that. I feel that.
Yeah, so like I love this show, bro. Like I love like the focus on cats. Like cats are kind of like my spirit animal, like along with like pandas. I love pandas, and pandas were in the show as well. But like, you know, I really like how they depicted kind of like the relationship with your pets, and kind of like what you learn by being like very caring towards them, and like, you know, having a favorite. Dude, like the characters, every character in the show is like a loon,
A fucking psycho,
like,
bro.
Actual psychopath when it comes to their favorite pet, whether it be like you know, the various cat owners, the various dog owners, or like the owner of the hedgehog or the owner of the hamster. I'm like, they're all completely convinced that their pet is like the most superior pet on the planet, like the alpha animal, bro. Like,
Yeah.
it's so crazy, and that makes for some really some hijinks that is like really like equal parts like silly and equal parts wholesome in my eyes. And I just like I really enjoyed I looked forward to like watching the show every week, just because I'm like, dude, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, yeah.
Silly, it's gonna be cute, and it'll definitely like fill that need for that type of show for me. And I think, you know, if you like any type of animal, I think you will enjoy the show like thoroughly.
Yeah, it's just like such an innocent premise, right? Like, it's just like aliens come to Earth and find out that animals are so cute that they actually physically cannot function around them, which is so funny. Like they actually like cannot function. And it's like multiple. It's not even just like one is like, you know, captivated. It just like as we learn more and more about, you know, Liza's partners, the research partners and all that, it's like, yeah, no, it turns out it's not a gimmick. It just so happens that that these animals on Earth are just built different, it turns out. But yeah, it's just like one of the most palate cleansers of palate cleansers. It just like you just get to boot up and watch some cute animals every week. Like that's really what it was for me.
That would like someone was to decide, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna write just an entire show about happiness.
Yeah. I mean,
conflict. Even though that, you know, the aliens were like threatening to like, you know, destroy Earth. Had it not anything like useful for research purposes. And thankfully, the cats saved the planet.
The cats saved the world, bro. Yozora saves the entire universe.
Yozora,
who would have thought?
The homie,
bro. There were multiple times during this during this show that I was like, all right, this cat is a human, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like this cat knows something, bro. Like there's something going on here. Like he's too aware. He's too aware of everything, and seeing Liza like literally turn into a blob anytime she has to deal with Yozora was just hilarious. Like, to be honest.
Dude, yeah, really fun show. Also, like the ending sequences in each of the episodes like featured like animals. I don't know exactly where those.
Yeah, I was hoping that it was like the cast's pets. That would have been cool, but
it was my headcanon that like it's either like, you know, like sourced from the pets of the people who are like on the staff, or like they maybe like asked like fans of the series to like, yo, send us pictures of your pets and we'll put them in the episode.
Yeah,
that's what I want to think. And I'm like, dude, that's awesome. They were like cats, dogs, like
there were hamsters, there were hedgehogs,
all sorts, snakes, bro.
Yeah.
Just all the types of animals that they kind of feature in the show that people have as, you know, domesticated pets.
Yeah, I definitely
really
like it's really cool because I definitely know a fair share of people IRL that are like big like pet lovers, like huge animal lovers, and I would absolutely like this would be the top of the list for animal lovers to send it like a recommendation wise. Like they will absolutely love the show. Like you just will.
I would eat the show up, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. Like even like Ivan is someone who watches week to week with us, and you know he loves cats, and he every week he looked forward to this in a big way. So if that is the seal of approval that you need, it definitely was a joy to watch week in and week out. But that's all.
Yeah.
The wheel is over. We got through all the shows. all the shows, well, pretty much all the shows that were worth talking about
That were
in
worth
spring.
talking about,
There were some others that we didn't talk about, like My Home Hero and stuff like that,
I
but
got debated
we don't really
by
got it.
Sphinx.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
God, yeah.
It'd
Let's
be like
even like dive into the ones that we didn't talk about. So
yeah, but yeah, so that's all we got for you guys this particular week. We thank you all for tuning in to another episode of the cast. I know Evo is coming up next week, so it'll be at least 2 weeks before we do the next one. I'm not sure where people's IRL
because like
stuff
you
falls
have
in.
Evo, and I actually like have SmashCon the week afterwards, going down to see some friends there. So
That makes sense. So it might be a few weeks before we get together again. But for those of you who didn't already watch, we did put out a sampler for summer 2023. So if you're looking into shows to watch on the current airing season, you guys can check out that video. I'll leave it in the description of this one for those of you that are watching on YouTube. And yeah, that'll be all from us. Until next time, friends, thank you guys so much for tuning in. And we hope to see you next time. You have a great day. Goodbye.
all right,
Get the
take
hell
it
out of
easy.
here.
The hell out of here.